Hi, everyone who's joined early. We are kicking off at 9:30 today. Just waiting for our first panelists who are joining backstage. I can see that one of them is there, but we will be kicking off at 9:30, so I will see you soon. Grab yourself a coffee and look forward to seeing you soon. Big welcome to everyone who has joined already. We will be kicking off right on 9:30 sharp. Please grab yourself a coffee. Really appreciate you joining today. We've got a jam-packed agenda. Can't wait to go through it with you. Thanks again, and see you in a moment. Me again. I can see loads of people are joining. Welcome, everyone. We will be kicking off the first session at 9:30. So please, if you need to grab a drink, grab a coffee, anything at all, please do. But thank you so much for joining and can't wait to kick off soon. Welcome to Rubber Band Live, the Australian recruitment and talent acquisition vodcast and podcast. I am Eden Haddock, your host and the creator of Rubber Band, the recruitment network for all. Let's go live. And we are live. Welcome everyone who has joined today for our final instalment of the Bounce series, Bounce 4. I wanted to send a huge thank you to all the partners who are participating today. We have Maxme, CXC, WorkPro, Businessary, Talent Rise, Recruit Wizard, Testgrid and Vieple. Really appreciate all your support. Before we begin today, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that I live and work on, the Wadawurrung and Dja Dja Wurrung people. I recognise their continuing connection to the land and waterways. I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and I would like to extend this to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Now, we have a jam-packed agenda today, so I'm not going to talk loads. I'm going to go straight up and introduce our first session. Our first session is Optimizing for AI by Harnessing Human. And I'm joined today by my friend Renata Squario from Maxme and also Eugene Fedorchenk from Maxme. So I will add Renata and Eugene to the stage. Hello, Ren. Hello, Eugene. Welcome. I will hand over to you. I'm so excited. Thank you so much for joining today. I can't wait to listen for the next half an hour. But welcome and over to you.
Thanks so much, Eden. And hey, Eugene, you're looking very, very cool over there.
Conference. I'm at the conference, yes.
Very nice.
A lot of
Maxme is
badges
everywhere.
on me. Yeah, that's right. How are you going?
Yeah, I'm really good in India, and really excited to be joining everyone this morning, to be kicking off. We feel pretty lucky to be kicking off this amazing half day that we're going to be spending together learning. And, you know, Eugene and I come to you with a lot of passion in our heart about the topic that we're going to be covering with you this morning, first up. And that is, I guess what we're finding is in the really kind of in the mindset of most leaders at the moment as well. And that is that this concept of AI is here and how do we optimize it? And in particular with the humans that come and work in our workplaces every day, what's it all going to mean? And so we're excited to be, taking you through a conversation and definitely taking your questions on this so that we can make the conversation really interactive. But look, in terms of the topic, the proliferation of AI has really changed the role or the kind of mindset around what role humans will play in the workplace as we move forward. It's pretty challenging. And, everywhere you look at the moment, there's headlines around, AI, it's going to take my job. I'm not going to have a job. There's not going to be work for people. And of course, we know that that's not the case, but still the fear is really fueling quite a lot of energy around the topic. And, AI can do many things, no question about it. We're all seeing the power of it. But really, the reality is it can't compete with humans and what they do best. Creative problem solving, intellectual curiosity, empathy, just to name a few. These are distinctly human skills that we will need to survive and thrive in this age of AI, which is actually promising to bring, a lot of great progress to us. So in this world of AI, that's redesigned industries, rewritten career trajectories, human skills are integral to personal, professional and organizational success. And that's kind of where Maxme comes in and what we passionately believe we can really help with. But before I go much further, I think it's important that you just quickly get to know who we are and why we're here. So I might hand over to Eugene, just really quickly introduce himself and why he comes to this conversation with as much care and passion as he does. Eugene, over to you.
Thanks, Ren. Great intro about the topic. A little bit about me as part of Maxme team. So I've, one of the reasons we're here this morning is we're basically discussing one of the, levels of change that we're encountering. My career and life has been constant sort of drive through the change and navigation of change. I've been a lawyer for 10 years back in Europe, have done several big corporate law firm roles over there. Then I was involved in parallel with a lot of tech startups in the region that were going, into different markets overseas in the European Union, United States, Canada. And then when I moved to Australia, I got into positions where I was driving certain growth strategies, business development strategies, also in professional services, in technology industry. So even in these 5 sentences, you can imagine how much change I had to navigate, and I'm really excited to cover that sort of side of human skills in a way, if you like, around AI, because it shouldn't be that scary as it sounds at this point in time. So that's me, and I'm looking after strategy and growth at Maxme. Very excited about what we're doing with our partners and clients already globally, given where Ren is physically present today, and at the conference we're moving around a lot. And over to you, Ren. Probably you can, sort of give your background, how you, your personal and professional kind of picture plays out here.
Thanks, Eugene. And I think you very humbly omitted to say that you're one of 20 global architects in the space around ethical AI. You're very passionate about not only AI, but how it can be used ethically around the world. So, there's a lot of goodness that you bring to our
I was planning to mention it when we cover this.
Oh, sorry.
But it's all right. I mean, thanks for that.
No worries. And look, for those that haven't met me before, on this series, Ren Squario, 30-year veteran of corporate, started Maxme in 2019 because I'm deeply, deeply passionate about closing the gap around soft skills and human skills in the workplace. But, I am a career technologist as well, and I've seen tech come and go. I'll talk a bit about that a bit later. But certainly this age of AI and what everybody's saying around the skills that are going to be needed, we're in market at the right time. So we're pretty excited about that. All right, look, we should really kick off. Today's conversation, today's session, we want to really have as a dialogue. We'll take you through some thoughts, things that we're seeing, and hopefully things that will be helpful to you to take away. But we do want to keep it interactive. At the end of the day, there's a lot of noise, a lot of anxiety, and I'm sure all of you come to this conversation in the space of recruitment, talent. What are we looking for? How do we retain people? How do we grow them? What does it all look like? How do you guys use AI, for yourselves as well? So we hope that we can leave you with some, some support, some confidence to sort of take something away and at least think a little bit differently perhaps afterwards. But, I'm keen, Eugene, to hear from you on, generative AI in particular. And let's be honest, you and I are working on a series which really helps people understand what is AI. Because, we know that people are sort of going, oh, AI, this is amazing, or it's not amazing, but they don't actually know what it is. That's not the topic for today. But, let's talk about generative AI and, the strength of what's happening in the market. It's taking the business world by storm, but it does take human skills to responsibly maximize its benefits and also manage its limitations, because they're definitely there, particularly early days. So on behalf of the businesses that, that people are sort of using AI for, the risk that they're potentially introducing, and also the benefits that we're trying to sort of introduce for our colleagues, for our customers. Can you tell me a bit about your views on this topic, and also what does that actually mean in practical terms, this sort of concept of how do we use it well, but also ethically and with the risk mindset?
Yeah, thanks, Ren. As you already mentioned, Maxme as an organization, and myself personally, we're part of that global conversation on ethical components of AI. And if you unpack the term ethics itself, it's basically for humans. It's basically how humans deal with humans and how they relate to each other, how they treat each other, whether in business or personal context. So despite all this anxiety and fear, I think we're still early days in terms of what does it mean from large scale practical application or Gen AI or whatever next wave of improvement of the technology will come. And we've seen that this level of changes multiple times. It's just acceleration of the change over smaller period of time that makes people anxious about it. Essentially, if you look retrospectively at our human history in the last 20-30 years, we've created tons of data about ourselves in the open internet or closed internet, in whatever data warehouses and sources. And then now we've created tools that are helping us to understand this data, but we still are the creators around the content around where it's going and how we're going to apply it. So this is the ultimate sort of creator power and skill that we are capable of. And now we're just having something more advanced to help us to navigate this data about our businesses, or about our daily lives, about where we're steering our future to, and all of these things. So obviously topics like responsible and ethical use of AI. Responsible heads towards more towards the actual product development and the actual toolkit use. Ethical is more about what does it mean for humans in organization, for organizations as a collective mindset of humans, and sort of all of that side of things. On a practical level, I think we, individually and business-wise or organizationally, we all need to have our own code of ethics around what should we do with this. In the business context, it might be something like a policy, might be some soft guidelines. When I'm saying soft, it's relevant in terms, because even if you look at big economies, big markets and states, we only have European Union that has properly adopted legislation on that level. And in places like United States, they have certain guidelines, but still some states are eligible to essentially figure out their way. So we're, as a global collective on this journey to discover what is right and what is wrong, where is the risk and where is the benefit in all of that, in this topic, so to say. So I think we really are in a position to drive this change in the direction that should be useful and beneficial for humans and humanity, and on individual and collective levels. We're actually in that powerful position. But there might be different agendas from different sides that is steering this sphere, or otherwise are just focusing on the benefits, while we all understand it's still development of technology in progress, which always will have downsides and upsides. So
Eugene,
that's kind of my initial take. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, sorry, I'm glitching over here. I think it's really worthwhile also from a recruitment and talent point of view. I'm sort of putting you on the spot here, but like, what kind of traits would you look for, say, in people that you're bringing in to really make the most of this world? Are they tech skills? Like, are you looking for people with tech skills? What are you looking for in people?
I think we're ultimately looking for a balance, right? So we're not saying that because AI advanced that much, everyone should forget about their hard skills. If I take my example, I've gone through a certain career path, and I have certain hard skills in law and business strategy, in, let's say, business development and sales, right? But then if you unpack those, in many instances, they would mean transferable skills like critical thinking, like negotiation, like situational awareness, problem solving, and all of this. So we would probably look at something like a T shape, where you have some pillar of your hard skills, where which you developed through your education or your career, but then you would have this horizontal umbrella, so to say, that's actually transferable human skills that can be applied in multiple domains and multiple industries and segments of those industries. So I think we're looking for that balance where this T-letter shape doesn't fall right or left, but it's relatively stable balance between the pillar and the horizontal pillar, if you like.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, Eugene. Thank you.
Yeah, and probably I'll take the initiative here as well, Ran. Given your deep technology and strategy and business experience in large organizations, and you've seen probably you've seen multiple waves of transformations, whether technology-wise or business-wise. What is your take on this particular one? Because it sort of it sounds very noisy, but how does it relate to your past sort of experiences and knowledge about those transformations you've seen before?
Yeah, thanks, Eugene. And look, like most on this call today, I'm sure we've been around the traps quite a few times. But I guess if I reflect on my career, I started in the early 90s and tech was definitely a thing by then. But, we had the very large systems, mainframe systems, big processing through, very, I guess, clunky, but at the time, pretty new age tech. And, I've seen lots and lots of change, mid-range, then we moved more to all of the kind of internet-based, Internet of Things. Like there's been so many changes and people have had to adopt to that, of course, right? So not only does the tech change, but most importantly, the processes that tech supports have to change to get the most out of it. And of course, what the humans do and their adaptation to that change. It's been over 30 years I've seen so many different things. But the one thing that's, I guess, for me that's really stood out is that it doesn't matter what happens to us in our work environment, we do have to sort of lean in and see the positive of it and kind of take our people through and encourage people to continue to dig deep on the things that are transferable. And you use this concept of transferable skills. When I started my journey in work, there was a runway where you could actually get to know the tech and you'd use it for, an extended period of time and not a lot would change, over, say, a year, 2, 3. What I'm now seeing, the big difference is how quickly things are starting and iterating and stopping and there's something new and I've got to learn something else. And so the actual runway that we get to actually land some of this and work out what we have to do as people to get the most out of it and, of course, get the most out of ourselves and the impact that we want to make in workplaces. That complexity and that change cycle is shortening. That really is kind of the breakneck speed is the thing that's really taken me by storm. Not generative AI per se, because, as I said, AI is not really that new and there's been a lot of tech change around the world. And, as you pointed out, these big data sets that we've created that we ourselves have engineered and put out into the universe. And now those data sets are getting used to sort of put things back to us and, to kind of really make our lives more efficient and faster and potentially more productive. That's the word that's being used a lot at the moment. We as humans and what we need to, apply ourselves to that change, which is the mindset, the empathy towards one another, that patience to know that people go through change at different cycles. What can leaders do to encourage their people to learn a bit more, to be a bit more, willing to sort of take a step back and work better together and communicate more and negotiate and influence and share ideas, all of those things. None of that's changed. Like that's always been a constant throughout, all the tech change that I've seen in my career. And so we're really enthusiastic actually about the fact that human skills are here to stay, will always be needed, have always been needed, but not as important. So we know they're getting more and more important as things go. But I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that, Eugene.
Yeah, just a little bit of follow up on that, on your experience. If we just take out the whole AI buzz or whatever change has been in the past in technology, or whatever the source of the change is, let's call it a compelling event, a trigger for change in the organization, and in the recruitment, HR, people and culture context, are you seeing that organizations will have to shift their kind of org design and org structures and the way the dynamics work internally? Because the traditional recruitment would be there is an open role in the organization. This role has certain functions, certain process it's attached to, and things like that. Do you think there will be more versatility and agility in that, or organizations will just squeeze leveraging technology? Given the your past experiences, what is your take on that?
Well, I actually read a really interesting article the other day. I'm sure people on this call have read it as well. Is they're saying that a job role or a PD, and that sort of accordion of things that we ask people to be able to do in their role is really going to change. And what, AI, automation, robotics, all of that will allow for is to compartmentalize work. So people will need packages of skills in order to be able to work a process, interact with technology, and do the human bit of things, rather than, I need 16, 17, technical competency to actually be able to do any particular role. This concept of, a fixed role and this is what I do and this is kind of what's expected of me, that's going to change. I found that really interesting because, of course, that's going to, I guess, lead to more anxiety to people. We don't like the unknown. We fear the unknown, all those sorts of things. So I think that what we are looking for in people is going to be that magic word that you said, which is agility, that mindset, that will to change often, to change frequently, and to really lean in and make the most of whatever the situation is going to need, because the tech is going to change what we do and what's expected of us so often. So I think that agility is going to be the thing that we're going to look for in people, right? The willingness to keep learning, to keep changing. And it's not just when we're recruiting externally. We know that the most, powerful thing is to take, people from, internally, and then, obviously allow them to retrain or to change their focus if there's a new thing that our business requires of them. So, I think that's the power. It's how do we recognize as, HR people, agility in people? How do we find that in them? How do we recognize it, and how do we encourage them? What conversations are we having? What are our HR processes kind of looking like to make sure that we can continue to mine that gold, find that gold, continue to offer upskilling, et cetera, because the change is not going to let up. It's just going to keep speeding up.
Absolutely. And, back to the this is not new concept. We've seen probably over the last 150 years, org structures and, position descriptions haven't changed much, but like certain percentage, but it's definitely not like 80-90% of change. And then companies like Spotify, which basically rolled out the streaming audio, and essentially what we're using now is the streaming video and audio content on the internet. They applied this agility and skill set and created this squads and teams that are relevant to the task that organization is completing at this point of its journey. So they applied this concept 15-20 years ago, maybe less, I don't remember exactly, but nobody was talking about that AI will take over our jobs, but these people that were already thinking about how do we harness human potential within this particular business model, and they've done it successfully, as we've seen. So
and
there's even series on Netflix
people
about it. Yeah.
And I think that they've bundled those people around a task or a challenge, and really supported them to lean in and iterate around that, because of course in complexity cause and effect is not understood. So the only way you can really go at it is to try some things and put those ideas out there. Hence the creative thinking skills or the creative problem solving skills that are going to be critical for the age of AI. Is we actually don't know what's going to happen, and things are changing so quickly. So the best we can do is, as a group, as a team, as an organization, put some ideas out there, test them, and be agile enough to iterate them as we learn more out of the environment. And I think one of the things that perhaps is missing, in my opinion, in workplaces is we're sort of missing a little bit more, a bit of that empathy. We need more empathy. We need more care. We need compassion into our workforces, because the degree of change, the degree of anxiety, that's normal, that's expected, right? And so we're going to need to bring a lot more of that into our conversations, into our organizations, into the skill sets of our leaders, into the skill sets of our people, not just our leaders, our individual contributors as well. We need them to have more care and compassion for each other, to really lean into difference, and to recognize the change that's going on around them. Look, I might pause there for any questions that any of you might have on anything that we've spoken about, or what you're curious about. Just pause there. We could talk forever, as you can tell.
We can absolutely do.
We live and breathe this, don't we, every day? Any questions? All right. Given that
we have Eden. I think he was
I was
about
going
to.
to I was going to ask there when you were talking about redesigning what our positions look like. With this future and with the way technology is, and you talked about the power of those human skills, but also redesigning for agility. Where do we start with that? Because we've had these positions designed in a certain way for such a long period of time that they're so well ingrained within the way we work. Like, how do we kick off that process?
And that in itself is such a hard thing to do, Eden. I agree with you, because again, it's to the human nature of, we like to, as humans, we like to stay with what we know. That gives us a sense of security, and we're wired for survival. So of course we're going to keep reverting back to, well, this has worked for this long. Why would we change that now? But our old world is changing so quickly that we actually do. We've got to force ourselves. We've got to clock ourselves falling back on old ways of doing things, because that's where our comfort zone is. And we've got to continue to challenge ourselves, each other. Experts need to stand up and say, hey guys, I've got an idea here. Let's try this. Not be afraid to speak up. That's the other thing, in our workplaces, Eden, we're seeing a lack of risk taking. So we're talking about the opposite here, right? We need to be a bit risk averse and ethically use AI and all those sorts of things. We don't want, things to go wrong. But at the same time, we also have to lean in and take more risks and be willing to get it wrong as a HR fraternity. Because humans don't like to get things wrong. So it's about trial and error. And honestly, there's no silver bullet here, because none of us really know. So it's about where are some experiments that we can run? How can we work with other parts of the organization, not work in splendid isolation of one another? How can we lean into more of those AI experts in our organization and say, hey, where do you see things going? How do we work together and run some experiments, some boot camps? I've recently been involved in some boot camps at the government level around the skilling that we're going to need for some of this. And, it was trial and error for us. We'll try a bit of this and we'll try a bit of that, and we'll run some people through it and we'll get their feedback. And did it work? No. Okay, what do we need to iterate and change? And I honestly think that that's the only way we're going to get out of this, is lean on best practice externally, be really curious about where it's working well. Eugene said in Europe, there's some real inroads being made on this topic. What are they doing? How can we learn, etc.? That's my point of view on that.
And also, Eden, back to your question, where do we start? If we look at the both individual and organizational level, like which roles should we create or not create? Do we rename them? How do we change the process? Like you always need to start with why. Why does this organization exist? If this organization exists with value to, say, drive education into the market, or to drive, creation, production of good equipment. Nintendo, which is now a technology company, they started in the end of 19th century with a vision to put smiles on people's faces. And they started with playing cards, with physical cards. Now they're obviously in this gaming and, chips and, industry, which is very high tech and advanced. But they still adhere to that vision. We still want to put smiles on people's face. That's pretty much it. So they have their why, and they've survived through 140 or whatever years of change of whatever caliber and size, So when you know your why individually and organizationally, and it may iterate over time, you can sort of keep refining it over time, because we're change ourselves. But you still have, like, with climate change, you have long periods of time when you can deliver on that why. And this is where you always can, grasp your answers to the question you just raised.
And I think it is that openness, right? It's definitely that openness. But I do want to, I like that question that you've highlighted, and I do want to address it. Mike, great question. We hear about ethical AI and empathy. How can AI be manipulated based on different people's different perspectives on what ethics are? Such a good question. And let's be honest, the conversation around ethics is pretty challenging at the moment. We are seeing around us globally people's perspectives on different things, and how it's coming out so starkly that we're not on the same page. And, Eugene and I have been talking about this a lot with the organization we're working with, which is, as I said to you, that global ethical AI organization. You do have to set the standard. We have got to emphatically lean into and really set a standard for our organizations and for our people of what's on and what's not on, and make it really clear. It can't be grey, because the minute there's grey, people will lean in and they'll say, hey, I didn't know, or, oh, I wasn't sure that this is what the organization expected of me. We have to, through policy, through role modeling, through conversations, through storytelling, we've got to be having these conversations with our people, and we have to be making it super clear what we expect of them and what good looks like. Because if we don't, there is a huge chasm of of decision making by our people. Eugene, I don't know if you have anything to add on that.
Well, this is such a deep question. I mean, I think we're kind of wrapping up our part to give others a spot. But to answer it quickly, if you like, this is where it's not a one-way street. We are actually training AI models. We are actually designing how they should look like, what is their impact, and what's their role in our lives. And this, if we agree on certain ethical principles in ways that Ren just covered, and many more than that, this is where we are creators of that future with advanced technology. So it's pretty much that.
Yeah,
thank you.
Fantastic. Well, we are out of time, and Ren's also disappeared from the screen.
Sorry, guys, I've had a blackout here in my room in India. Oh yeah.
From the moment I told that we need to train AI, she disappeared.
I know, right? It was hilarious. It was right at the perfect time. It was right. But look, thank you so much. That was an awesome session, and I see some other questions have come through. So Ren, if you and Eugene, if you do have a moment to jump on YouTube and respond to those questions, that would be really wonderful. There's a couple in there from Charlotte.
Eden, sorry to interrupt. I just want to say we absolutely will. And look, for anyone who wants to continue the conversation with us, this is what we do. We're living and breathing this, and we would love to continue talking to you and to see how we can potentially help you. There were some questions around how do we get certified, what is AI, etc. We've got a whole lot of thinking that we've done on this, so we'd love to continue the conversation with you, of course.
Amazing. Well, it must be very early over there in India, or very late. I'm not sure which one, or the middle of the night. So thank you so much for joining today, Ren. and Eugene, I hope you enjoy your conference today as well. And thank you so much for taking the time to
jumping straight into it now.
Thanks for having us, Eden.
Thank you so much. So great to see you both.
Thanks, everyone.
See you, everyone.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye. Okie dokie. So that was awesome. What a great first session, and so food for thought, right? So such an incredible world ahead of us, and which we're already in, but as it continues. Today, our focus really is on innovation. And I'm really excited to welcome our next guest, Glenn Perry, who joins us from Recruit Wizard. I'm a huge fan of the Recruit Wizard platform. I have spoken about it many times in the community. Really, really great local ATS that look at really beyond one to watch. I think Recruit Wizard is, if you haven't seen it, make sure you do. Glenn is coming along today because we love in Rubberband to celebrate local innovation and local technology. So I've invited Glenn to have a bit of a conversation with us today. And the topic is how to turn your candidate database into an asset that you can extract value from. So a huge welcome to Glenn. How are you, Glenn? Well, Glenn, you're on mute, so we're off to a good start. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Fantastic.
Now. And a very luxurious home you have behind you. Just need someone to come and start playing that grand piano. Welcome.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with the community today. So it's a great event you put together.
Thanks, Glenn. Well, over to you. I'll be backstage, and any questions that come through, we'll bring them up. So over to you. Thanks, Glenn.
Yeah, no troubles at all. Thanks, Eden. Hi, everybody. My name's Glenn Perry. I'm the CEO and founder of Recruit Wizard. We're a local Australian recruitment CRM and ATS system. And one of our things that we're very proud of is we've got local customer support here. So we love talking to our customers and helping them solve their challenges and move forward. Me personally, my background, I'm a country lad, grew up in the country and moved to the city and became an accountant many, many years ago, and moved through to a management consulting career and ended up sort of getting a start in the recruitment industry with Morgan and Banks over 25 years ago now. So been in the industry for a while and absolutely love it. And I've loved watching the changes and the transition that have happened over the last few decades. So yeah, I guess when I sort of started in recruitment, it was sort of at the dawn of the job board sort of marketplace, and when they started to come on board. And back then, the thing that I noticed with recruitment agencies was that the value of a recruitment agency business was very heavily tied to their candidate database, and it was a strong focus for the leaders within those businesses around that. And part of the drive in behind that, I guess, was that the cost of advertising back then was very significant. You put ads in things like newspapers and so forth, and that was quite an expensive exercise. And then when job boards came along, obviously the low cost advertising model came to town. And I'm sure most of you know today that low cost statement is probably not a tag that we would put on online advertising anymore as the prices continue to rise. So what we sort of noticed, I guess, was given there was a high cost of advertising and attracting talent into your businesses, there was a lot of effort put into maintaining that candidate database, and that sort of really transitioned and shifted away to it's cheap to advertise online. Let's put some ads online and just manage the ad response. And so there was a sort of shift in the focus and the way in which people saw the value of their candidate database, through the use of technology provided by CRM and ATS applications, it became a fairly efficient, effective thing to get applicants and candidate data into your database and help you to build up a database, 10, 20, 100,000 candidates, whatever it may be. But once you're bringing all that data into your database over a period of time, if you've been in business for 4 or 5 years, maybe more, you've been able to successfully build up a fairly reasonable size candidate database. But the task of trying to keep that information up to date, fresh and relevant is something that's time consuming and fairly expensive. And as a result, a lot of recruitment agencies have not made that a major focus within their business. There's obviously some leaders that operate differently, but en masse tends not to be a huge priority within the industry. So the interesting thing there, and I encourage everybody to just sort of pause for a minute, have a little bit of a think about this, and reflect on their own databases and the experiences they've had in previous organisations they may have worked with. Is if you were to go in and have a look at your agency's database, whether it be 10,000 candidates, 100,000 candidates, it doesn't really matter the size of the database. But if you ask yourself the question, what percentage of that database, when we look at the candidates, do we have candidates that we've got up-to-date, fresh and current information that's less than 12 months old? And what you'll be surprised to know, or maybe not, depending upon how savvy you are in this regard, is that the industry average for most organisations in the recruitment space is that less than 5% of their candidates have the organisation's got up-to-date and fresh information about that candidate. And that's quite a staggering sort of percentage when you look at it. And I guess what it sort of lends itself to from a behaviour pattern perspective with your recruiters is if they try and do a search within their system to try and find some candidates that might be suitable for a role that you're trying to hire for a client at the moment, the ability for you to find suitable candidates is hampered a little bit because the data that you're searching on isn't as up-to-date and fresh as what you would like it to be. That prompts you to then obviously go and advertise the roles to try and get access to some fresh candidate information. So the thing that's sort of quite interesting around this is that if you actually then go and have a look at your placements and where you're getting your candidates from and so forth, the vast majority of the revenue that you're generating within your business is coming from candidates where you've got up-to-date and fresh and current information. So there's quite a strong correlation between, the data that you have and the revenue that you're generating. So it's actually quite an important topic. And so, what we need to do, pardon me, is to really sort of focus on what can be done to try and improve the level of updatedness of your database. Just going to pause here for a second. I've just seen a question come through about, do I see a difference between how internal teams should manage their candidate database versus an agency? I guess the objective's the same, right? You want to be able to get access to the latest information about the candidates so you can find their latest skills and experiences and key qualities that are relevant for the roles that you're filling. And so, if you're working in an internal recruitment talent team, you've obviously got the business that you're working with and the brand that they have. If you've got a candidate database, you've had candidates that have expressed interest in working with your organisation. They've obviously done that for a reason. I like your organisation, so definitely continuing to engage with them and just finding a right timeline where their skills and experience can align with roles that you could potentially offer them. From an agency perspective, obviously you're representing your clients, so your value proposition is a little bit different to the candidate in that regard, but the need for having access to the up-to-date information is still very, very powerful in terms of being able to source that talent and just trying to use your database as that source of talent. So if you look at the advertising process, if you like, one of the or a few of the challenges, I guess, with advertising is that, and this is probably a little bit more relevant on the agency side of things, is that the advertising process is certainly something that your clients can do themselves. So if you're an agency, you've got to sort of ask yourself the question, well, what is the value add that you offer to your client? And if you're just running a process where you're repeating the things that your client can do already, you've got to have some special sauce over and above just repeating what your client can do. The advertising process also can be a little bit slow. Usually the really good, strong candidates, are already employed. They're already busy working, doing their jobs. So you might put an ad up on a Tuesday. Might take a few days before that perfect candidate has the time to respond to your advertisement if they're in the market actively looking for work. So that response time isn't necessarily dynamic. The other challenge that both internal talent recruitment teams and agencies face at the moment is there is an absolute growing trend, as was spoken about a little bit in the previous session. AI is coming through rapidly fast through the industry, and the ability for candidates to grab an advert, grab their resume, throw it into ChatGPT and say, please update my resume and make it match this job description or this advertisement as close as possible, and generate a new CV and sort of send that through to you. As a recruiter, that's a real challenge to be able to sort of receive these CVs that on paper they just look amazing. And it's because they've been generated by AI and they look like they're very capable of doing the role based on the information that has been presented in the job description. So there's definitely a level of skill that needs to be built within the recruitment community around trying to understand how best to manage these AI CVs that are coming through. So what do you do? Sorry, Eden, you just popped up there. Did you have a question, mate?
I did actually around that. Like how, because I find this really interesting. If we are having, applications come through that are AI generated, that perhaps the candidates don't have the skills, and we're going to be talking about skills quite a lot today throughout Bounce 4. How do we identify that? How do we know? Like in your opinion, when you're talking about upskilling our teams to be able to identify when that's happening, can you sort of talk us through what some of those signs are in order for us to identify that?
Yeah, look, it's It's hard is the short answer. There is tools that are starting to be built to try and sort of help people sort of identify where a piece of content has been produced off the back of AI and ChatGPT and so forth. I know that my wife's studying psychology at the moment, and there's a real problem with universities and education and so forth, where people are sort of preparing assignments, with ChatGPT and all of that sort of stuff, and so there's tools that are trying to be built that can try and sort of look at the responses and the content and to sort of try and identify how much of that looks like it's been produced through AI content and so forth. So those sort of tools will continue to develop, just as the AI stuff is continuing to develop, but it's not an easy thing, right? So I think the thing we all need to remember is that we're in recruitment. It's a people game. So you need to remember the fact that there's no substitute for engaging with candidates and having conversations with them and building up some real and genuine candidate intelligence, and to be able to manage that and have a good place to be able to build talent pools in a simple and easy and effective manner. And sort of harness that intelligence that you build from candidates to sort of get away from some of the data type sort of stuff. Try and engage with your talent pools, especially outside the recruitment process. We're in one of those unique industries where for every 100 candidates that come in, you sort of have one that you might successfully place in a role. So you've sort of got 99 people that have failed through the process, if you like. So it's about how do you keep engaging with those candidates and being able to capture the candidate intelligence that you know about that candidate, be able to keep that information in a effective tool that allows you to engage with them outside the recruitment process, so that your brand is front of mind. Then that will just help you to keep that information up to date. They're more likely to engage with you at the right time when they're looking for work, if you've had an engagement with them that's not transactional. The other thing is to try and look to use automation tools to update the data. So, work with your tech platforms to have reach out programs that are automatically sort of requesting updates and information from candidates, and to make it simple and easy for the candidates to sort of engage through that process is quite important. But I think it really sort of starts with sort of, I guess, having an acknowledgement and an assessment within your business that your candidate database is actually a valuable asset, and like all valuable assets, you need to protect them, invest in them, try and help them to flourish and grow. If you see your database as an asset and put initiatives in around trying to do that, then you'd be surprised how effective it can be in terms of bringing results. I know I'm probably preaching to the converted to a lot of people here that already kind of know this stuff, but I definitely see through our clients that there are some clients that are really, really strong on building their talent pools and managing their candidate intelligence, and their ability to be able to reach out and lay their hands on good quality candidates very quickly to beat their competition shows in their results. Okay, I've just got a question that's come through from Charlotte. Identifying AI-driven CVs is making me cynical. Okay. So Charlotte just asked me, have we got an AI detector that's in the works within the product? We don't have anything on the table at the moment, Charlotte, but we're definitely researching and trying to find what things might be suitable by way of tools to try and provide that kind of sort of assistance to our recruitment clients. Just back on track here with regards to coming back to the sort of core theme of keeping your candidate database up to date. We're sort of fortunate, lucky, or our clients are fortunate, lucky within our platform. Just to give a little bit of a sort of pitch here, I guess. We've got a very, very unique solution that's part of the Recruit Wizard platform called the Candidate Exchange. And that feature is a data aggregation service that works to run in the background 24/7 to help keep our clients' databases, candidate databases, up to date and fresh and current. And so it's the sort of data engine, I guess, behind our candidate platform. And it's really helping our clients to keep that data in their candidate database as up to date as they possibly can. And through that process, they're able to get access to up-to-date candidates in their database, find candidates for roles without necessarily needing to go out and advertise. So there's some definite speed gains that they have from doing that, and obviously there's some cost reductions by not having to advertise every role that comes through. So if anybody would like to know more about how we go about solving that, I'd love to have a chat with anybody and see how we can possibly help their business in that regard. But yeah, definitely, I think that moving to a place where you have a real candidate intelligence focus on trying to understand more about your candidates rather than just seeing them as a resume in your database. The more effort you put into that, the significant returns will be coming from that. Because with AI data, it's just becoming commoditized. So you really need to be able to to separate the data from intelligence about the candidate, and that's about having an effective tool to manage and capture and work with that data in your platform. Hi.
I've got a question for you. Sorry, Glenn, I keep jumping in because I keep thinking of things, but from everything that you're describing in terms of how we manage our candidate platforms, our ATS, our candidate database, it really is shifting our mindset from recruitment to marketing, because we need to basically, as you were describing, we need to be nurturing those candidates. You described a scenario of 100 applications, one person gets the role, there are 99. Many of those candidates will be appropriate in the future. What would, from your perspective, be a good nurture campaign? How do we look after those, even though the data's updating and it's all up to date? How do we keep them engaged with us for those future opportunities?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it's about if you're operating in a particular space, whether you're doing IT recruitment or accounting recruitment or whatever it may be, there will be if you want to set yourself aside as a leader in that recruitment space, then you've got to be very knowledgeable on that topic and that subject area. So being knowledgeable means spending a little bit of your time to not just do recruitment 9 to 5, but to take some time out of your week, do a bit of research and find out what's happening in the space that you're operating within. If you're doing accounting stuff, keeping across what's happening from the budget with the federal government, what's happening maybe with the accounting systems and technology that are being used out there and so forth, and just sort of being familiar with the things that are relevant in that sort of space. And doing some research, getting access to some resources, whether it be articles that are produced, either locally or internationally. I find the international side of things a little bit interesting, because often we tend to be a little bit insular here in Australia, and we just sort of think about what's happening in our little bubble. And I think there's some great things that are happening overseas. Not all of them are always relevant, but there are some great things happening overseas. And so cast your eye on that, and so just sort of see what's happening and just sort of share that content with your community. If you've got good talent pools where you're able to say, okay, here's all of my financial controllers, here's my assistant accountants, here's my accounts payable people, just sort of sharing information around that sort of stuff. So people are sort of receiving content that's relevant to their career, that they can then consume that information and go, Eden was really helpful. He didn't contact me to try and sell me something. He was just sharing some information that was helpful to my career and gave me some insights and some things, which was very great. Also things that it just sort of happens, but people don't really sort of talk about it that much, is that with any particular sort of line of career, there's always multiple pivot points that happen in people's careers where they can sort of go in different directions. For me, I started life as an accountant, so I thought I was going to do that for 60 years, and that changed fairly quickly. And I sort of was fortunate enough with a great recruiter many years ago that I applied for an accounting job, and he looked at my skills and said, look, you'd be really good as a systems accountant. And I said, well, what's that? I hadn't heard of the term before, and it was like, well, it's an accountant, but you work on systems relating to accounting sort of stuff. I'm like, that sounds cool. And so off I went and got that job, and that really sort of spawned an interest for me in technology, and then I sort of moved off on a technology path. So people have these sort of different pivot points in terms of the way that their career might be able to go. And as a candidate, you may not have knowledge or exposure to that sort of stuff. And so if you can get some advice from recruiters where, if they send out, some content to, all of the accountants and say, hey, have you ever thought about a change in career? From an accountant, there's these 4 or 5 other options that you might be able to use the skills that you've built in this particular role to make those skills useful in these other areas, and to share some information around that sort of stuff. So you're sharing intelligence about their roles and their career that may be interested in. Like, hey, you know what? I've never really thought about that. That's an interesting thing. Have you got any roles in that particular area? I might be interested in having a conversation about that. And so that's where you're really sharing sort of value-added information to the candidates that's important to their life and their career that maybe they've not had exposure to. And I'll be eternally grateful to the recruiter that sort of, put me on that path, because it sent me in a completely different direction with my career. And I now find myself working in an environment that I'm simulated on a daily basis. And, I got frustrated with accounting very early on, where I just felt like this is just sort of a very repetitive cycle. And I can't do this for the rest of my life. I need some stimulation, And so I was able to be moved into a different path. And that was really, really helpful. And I'll be eternally grateful for that.
Do you know what? This is a really great segue. Thank you so much, Adam, for this question that's come through. Adam has kind of asked, why are we really still talking about CVs? And we're talking there, the way you described is, moving more towards skills-based hiring, being more creative with our careers, being more creative with our candidates to find them different opportunities. Do you think CVs will die? That's my question, just leading on from Adam's. Do you think that, we're talking earlier around the ability for AI-generated CVs to happen, people's experiences perhaps not represented accurately. Then we're talking about this shift into skills-based hiring and looking at, like your example as an accountant and that recruiter that worked with you. Could there be a day that, or could it be soon, that we move away from CVs?
It's a really amazing question, and it's a bit of a funny thing. Certainly in the experience that I've got working with my customers, I have this real sort of catch-22 sort of moment where recruiters are always out there looking to sort of try and find the next best thing, and really trying to sort of put themselves forward as trying to be on the cutting edge in that regard. But then in other things, they're still very, very stuck in, well, this is how I've always done it, this is the way it should be done. And it's about sort of giving yourself permission to take a risk and to look at things differently and sort of let go of some of those things. Sort of a classic example, within our platform, obviously you can see candidates' resumes. We've got some cool tech that's able to build a work history profile for the candidate. So when you go and look at a candidate's record, you can actually see a nice little career timeline where it shows, their last 5 jobs and how long they've been there. Did they have any career gaps, all that sort of stuff. So it's a real visual image really quickly to sort of go, this is the candidate's work experience and this is what they're sort of looking at and so forth. And we put that forward as a preferred sort of method of viewing a candidate, in terms of when you view a candidate initially to assess their suitability, to have a look at that pictorial view, as opposed to here's a 4 or 5 page resume.
Yeah, right. That's cool.
And it's really interesting that even though we've got that ability to spend 2 seconds and get a visual impression of what somebody's been doing from a work perspective over the last 5 jobs, and we can consume visual information very quickly, the number of recruiters that still have the default view when they look at a candidate as their resume, and they want to just look at that 4 or 5 page document instead, just shows to me that sort of resistance to change. And go, well, I'm so used to looking at resumes, I'm just going to keep looking at resumes, even though there's another more effective way to look at the information. You can still go to the resume and dig in and see more details as required, but as an initial sort of, what has this person been up to? You can really get that quickly, but there's still that resistance there. So for me, is the CV dead? Look, I think in the long run, yes, it will be, but I think it's going to take more time than what people think, because people have got to let go. And that's going to take some time.
It's just like Renata was saying in terms of position design, right? And changing the way we design positions. We're drawn to safety and what we've done in the past, and that's our easy response, right? But
that's right.
Yeah, I don't know, Adam. I actually tend to agree with you and Glenn as well. Like, I would be looking at the visual snapshot of someone's career versus reading through a historical career. That would make my life easier, for one, but I also think it would be a really great way to, being able to have an immediate look at what the candidate's experience is and their journey. Like, I really like visual representations of careers. I think it's much more effective than, a formatted Word doc that you need to scroll through to kind of paint that picture in your head. So, yeah. I would like to just ask one more, because we're running out of time. In terms of Recruit Wizard versus another ATS, what is the core differentiator for anyone that's curious to have a look at Recruit Wizard?
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously we're an Australian-owned, Australian-founded business. Customer service is a really big thing for us. So you go to a help menu, there's our phone number. Give us a call. We've got people here in Australia to answer the phone, help you with whatever your query is. It's a web-based platform. It's very flexible and very configurable to tailor to your business and your workflows and so forth. It's backed by, as I said, our Candidate Exchange, which is our unique data updating tool. We're a young agile business, putting out new versions of software fairly regularly to try and bring new stuff through to our customers, and it's a very comprehensive and powerful tool. So you won't be lacking functionality.
Fantastic. And support local people. Completely agree. Glenn, thank you so much. That was really thought-provoking and a really great session today. I do encourage anyone out there to jump on the Recruit Wizard website and have a look at a demo. I think it's really impressive. I see one of our audience members that is using it and they love it, and they've said the new interface and UX is awesome. So there we go, Glenn. You got some feedback today as well.
Thanks.
Well,
thanks,
congratulations on launching something so amazing. As I said, today's all around innovation. So it was wonderful for you to take the time and come and talk to the community. We really appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Eden. Thanks, everybody, for the time.
Thanks, Glenn. Take care. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Okay, everyone, we're 2 sessions down, but I'm really excited about our next session. This is more of a case study where we're going to learn from AGL and Testgrid, and we've already spoken in both the Maxme session and Recruit Wizard session around skills. So the next session is how AGL aligns skills to their values. And we're joined by Sandra Degg from AGL and also Will Ainsley from Testgrid. So I will invite them up to the stage. Welcome, Will, and welcome, Sandra. How are you?
Yeah, really well, thank you. Thanks, Eden.
How you doing, Will?
Yeah, great to see you.
Great to
really
see you as
interesting
well.
chat I've just dialed into as well. So that was really interesting last session.
Oh, fantastic. Well, before I hand over to you, I just want to shout out anyone that is actually watching Bounce 4 on LinkedIn. It is a much smoother connection on YouTube, if you could jump into the link. And LinkedIn is notorious for booting people out. So please do join YouTube and you'll be safe and comfortable. I will hand over to Will and Sandra. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Eden. So I might just do a quick introduction to myself. So I'm Will Ainsley. I'm Chief Operation Officer at Testgrid. I've been here about 8 years. Testgrid is a provider of psychometric testing, video interviewing, all things recruitment tech. And again, going on from Recruiters at an Australian-owned and operated business with all our support team here. Sandra, I might let you introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Hi, everyone. My name is Sandra, and I work at AGL as the Talent and Capability Consultant. So I'm just going to talk to you briefly today just about our approach to 360-degree feedback surveys and just how we engage Testgrid to support the evolution of the process. So you happy for me to just sort of continue on our process there, Will, or did you?
Yeah, I'll carry on. Yeah, I can carry on talking. So yeah, so I'm really keen to get Sandra's insights on a recent project that AGL have done or are still undergoing with Testgrid. And I think I might offer a different perspective to maybe some of the chats that have been talking today about skills-based hiring. And as you can see on the slides there, I wonder how much of it is Emperor's New Clothes. So I am very happy to have a debate around this as I talk through, I guess, some of the research that I've found and what I've seen in the market, and then twisting that round to actually what good looks like within organizations, an example of how AGL have really been able to drive their values and assess their leadership program by actually assessing and mapping to values and culture and the great outcomes that come from that. So I might start by talking on my opinion, my approach to what a skills-based approach is to both hiring and development. And I think they go hand in hand, and I'll talk about that in a bit more detail. I've done a fair amount of research in preparation for this, but also because skills-based hiring is the hot topic at the moment within HR. It's everywhere. So I guess it's important to try and give my opinion on, or my perspective on where I think this is. So what is skills-based? Well, as I'm sure you've already heard today, it's a focus on specific abilities for someone to be successful in a job. So that sounds great. Absolutely want to see that alignment of abilities and competencies, and role profiling to say that, you know, this person is likely to be a good fit for this organization and this role specifically. It's a move away from a focus on education, specific experience. Again, I think it's a big tick. That's a great outcome. We know that that your GPA, your education may not have a huge predictive validity when it comes to whether this person is going to be the right fit for this role in this environment. We also know that specific experience is actually not a huge indicator or a huge predictor of workforce performance. So it's always a surprise when we're talking with clients and we go through the what we call the validity ladder, where we talk about how predictive certain tools and processes are, that specific experiences actually ranks really low and well below like a structured interview or an assessment or a cognitive ability assessment. And that can often be a surprise. But when you think about it, it is a case of, if you're going to use the same machine to create the same widget in exactly the same environment, then great, specific experience is really important. But often you're challenged in different ways, in different cultures, different values within organizations, that maybe your experience is not as relevant, or you actually have to still do a huge amount of learning into, oh, okay, I thought I did this, but actually this organization does it in a very different way. So I am fully on board with taking that skills-based approach to go, is the person a good fit, and can we move away from education? I also completely take Glenn's point on killing the CV. I'm happy to start digging graves with him shortly after this webinar. I do think it is a way that we all need to move on from recruitment. Again, it is not predictive, and with everyone's resumes being created by ChatGPT, it is only going to get worse. What are the perceived benefits of this approach? So again, I think I'm pretty much on board with the perceived benefits. So increased diversity, fantastic. We all know that is good for organizations. Organizational agility. So can people move around within their organizations? Can you find those hidden talent pools? We all know that in a labor scarce market, we actually really need to go and find those hidden talents. It's something we're passionate about at Testgrid. It's something we're talking a lot about neurodiversity at the moment. to find those untapped talent pools. It might create more opportunities to find the right employees. So you broaden the net, you might find more talent. Absolutely. I think they're all great benefits, and absolutely the right approach for organizations. I think my challenge would be, hold on, is this not a bit familiar? Is this not something that we've heard before? And my challenge, I guess, to the HR environment and community is this skills-based approach actually being pushed more by HR consultancies? And are we actually seeing a real change? Or is it a bit of a marketing spin? Is it a bit of emperor's new clothes? So what I thought I would talk about was the Testgrid approach. And I'll start with what is a skill. And I've just talked about what I think skills are. I've looked at the literature. There doesn't seem to be that common definition. And all of the, I guess, experts in the area seem to have slightly different opinions on what a skill is, or the skill sounds remarkably familiar as what it's previously been called competencies or traits or a combination of other things. So I thought I'd talk about the Testgrid approach. And as you can see here, this is an image I use a lot. It's on our website. It's how we try and define the different types of assessments that we use. So you'll notice the word skills is there. So I might start there. So skills is that someone has done something. So that might be, you can use Excel, you can program in Python, you have experience in handling difficult customers in a customer center environment. Those kind of things can be hard skills that you can assess relatively easily to say, yes, you know X, Y, Z. The next one round, the aptitude, is your cognitive ability. So do you have the raw capability to do things? So do you have problem-solving ability, verbal, numerical, whatever is relevant to the role? And I think that is important, that you always relate back to the role. And that's where I completely agree with the skills-based approach is why would you test for numerical reasoning if numerical reasoning is not part of the role, for example? Let's be clear. If you're trying to use an assessment or use a process to find the right person for that role, and that is a number one outcome. Next one round, behavioral. So behaviorals, personalities, traits, strengths, lots of different names for assessments and that process. You can be as smart as you like. If you're not aligned with your behaviors, your values alignment, your culture add into organizations, you won't be able to use those smarts, or you may not be given the opportunity to use those smarts. So there, again, another part of that puzzle of this is what someone wants to do. So yes, they can do it. Yes, they might have the skills to have already done it and be able to demonstrate that. But without those behaviors, are they actually going to be able to demonstrate it in the workplace? And then the last one, which is kind of interconnected, is that aware of, so emotional intelligence. And we're seeing it more and more across all the industries of the importance of EI. And certainly as you get up to senior levels and people leader roles, the EI almost becomes more important than the aptitude, the IQ, the cognitive assessments, because you're constantly dealing with people. So we call that aware of. So aware of yourself, aware of others, aware of your impact on others. And to be honest, everything that I read about skills it is all of these things encompassed together. So whether you call them a mixture of hard skills and soft skills, really what we're talking about is that blend of competencies that have been in the market for, I don't know, 20, 30 years, if not longer. And certainly Testgrid's platform has been based around competencies for the last 10 years. So this is not a new thing. So what are we seeing? Organizations, where are they doing well? What's working for them? Obviously, I'm going to say AGL are doing a great job because they're here today, and we wouldn't have invited them on without it. So there's a couple of different elements, and I think it's really important to talk through these. So number one, flexibility. So that might be role flexibility, it might be organizational flexibility, it might be the processes that you go through. So, realistically, do you need a degree for the role? I completely agree that education is not a great predictor. So if you don't need a degree for the role, or you don't need specific experience, I wouldn't be assessing for it. I have a law degree, never practiced law in my life, have no interest in doing that. It's given me some skills that have been useful for my future roles, but that's not a requirement for it. And this is where you need to be looking at your role processes, your job adverts, how you're assessing, what you're assessing for, and be able to have that flexibility and say that actually one size does not fit all. And that also doesn't mean that you need to realign your whole organization around a skills-based approach, because you can do it flexibly. And I would start with your high volume roles. I think the number one thing that Testgrid believes in is about identifying potential. So it goes back to our resume is a great predictor. Is job experience the best predictor? Actually, what we really want is potential. Do you have the potential to grow into these roles? And it is the classic, hire for traits and behaviors and train for skills. And that's what we're looking for here. And that's where, that model I've just talked around of cognitive ability, behavioral competencies, those kind of things really help. And I appreciate I'm a test provider, and so I might be slightly biased on this, but the advice is always screen more, screen earlier, and that will give you more diversity for roles and identify the potential. So Testgrid is set up to try and help you get as much volume of testing through as early as possible, rather than just waiting for that, one or two final candidates where essentially you probably made your mind up already. Next is to be realistic. So be realistic about what you can do as an organization, but you also can be realistic about certain roles. If your role is a forklift driver, you need someone that can drive a forklift. Let's be clear about that. So it's not that you can't say that you need certain things for certain roles, but again, you've got to balance that flexibility with the realistic approach. And also, you can't profile every role. There'll be roles within your organizations, particularly large ones, that maybe you hire for once every 5 years. You can't go and do everything from day one. And then linking recruitment and development, and this is a real passion for me, and we will talk about this, and Sandra will talk about this, is about, do we assess people, go through the recruitment process, provide a video interview, they do a range of assessments, they do behavioral interviews, all those kind of things. And then does that information and data get put into the proverbial filing cabinet, And then you go into the development and the OD teams, and they use entirely different language and different assessments, and they have a completely different approach to developing those ongoing careers for people that they've recruited. And we rarely see that link back. And I think that's one of the things that that Sandra will talk about is that mapping of values that AGL have done. And here's some examples of some of their values that are able to be picked up through their recruitment process and also through their development process, and really give that holistic picture of candidates. And I'll just finish my section before handing over to Sandra, but really to talk about this completing the circle. So it goes back to this linking recruitment and development that I've just talked about. And this is where I see the best organizations taking this approach. So you might define what you need for the role requirements, you set your role competencies, you create your benchmarks, you go through your recruitment process, you use the assessments that you need, the processes, the video interviewing, the competency-based interview questions, all those kind of things. You track that hiring data, and then you take that into development. So you start to use those results for your onboarding of new employees. One of the first things that happens when you join Testgrid, and I certainly had this 8 years ago when I joined, was that you get sat down and someone actually goes through your results, and they use the data that they've used in recruitment to say, oh, here's some strengths, here's some areas you might want to develop into, here's some, what's your future goals, what would you like to develop into? And that was life-changing for me. It was a completely different perspective. And Testgrid makes that commitment that if you interview us, we give you that debrief. And if you do an assessment with us, we give you that candidate feedback. And I think that's a really important particularly in this market, the expectation is that you look after your candidates throughout. But it's a great way of taking that same language and processes through. And then the next rising, so great, you've hired all these people, you've done this development. How do you then review that data? What's worked for you? Have your benchmarks given you an increase in retention? Have they, all the things that you're trying to track should then go back into your recruitment process to say, actually, we found that we only hire people with an emotional intelligence score of X or above. Great, that's just redefined your benchmark. If we tweak this benchmark, it gives us an outcome that looks like this and it improves this. So it is an often missed aspect to validate your assessments, validate your benchmarks, validate your processes, and your assessment provider should work with you to be able to do that and improve your processes. And that's enough for me talking, though I'm very open to questions. Maybe I'll hand over to Sandra to talk through specifically what AGL have done in this space.
Great. Thanks, Will. Yeah, hi, everyone. Look, as some of you will probably know, AGL, we've been a company that has been through a lot of change in the last couple of years. So we knew that it was really important to sort of foster that growth and investment into our senior leadership group at AGL, which is what we call our enterprise leadership team. So back in early 2023, we implemented a 360 feedback survey to this particular cohort, which was about 30 of our senior leaders across the business, to support their talent development and really enhance that leadership effectiveness. So at the time when we originally launched it, we sort of just leveraged, we did it all in-house. We leveraged our internal listening platform, which was CultureAmp, and we created just some custom questions that were based on our values at the time and our internal leadership capability framework that was existing. So the whole process, it was actually really well received from our ELT. However, we did identify some areas for improvement. So if we did want to continue this process annually and potentially at scale, we knew that, it was such a big admin burden just to internally sort of build, launch, communicate the survey. When we did it internal, the insight report that was produced by the platform wasn't really easy to read and interpret. So we actually had to manually reformat every individual insight report. So really, we wanted to make it really simple and clear and easy for these really busy senior leaders that we have, because we really wanted them to lean into the process and to invest in that. And I think if we were just to make it hard, we just wouldn't have gotten buy-in for the future. So we did the process and all went quite well. But then when we got agreement and sign off from our executive team to say, okay, this is something that we are going to want to do every year, we knew that we needed to make some improvements and enhancements to the experience. So we knew that we needed to refresh our survey questions, because we had recently introduced a new set of values, given that, we've been through a lot of change. We've come off with we rolled off the failed demerger. So we had a new ET, a new board, we had a new set of values, and we also wanted to test a different set of leadership capability and behaviours that really resonated with this particular cohort. So we felt like the existing leadership capability framework, which was great and still in existence, we needed to lift it a little bit higher for this group of leaders. We also needed to know that we wanted to increase the confidentiality and anonymity in the process. So not look like that it was just like a bit of a PNC initiative and that we were sort of taking ownership and sort of running the whole thing in the back end. We wanted really clear, simple and effective individual insight reports. And we also wanted to be able to get a holistic cohort combined view so we could play it back to the group. So what did we do? So we went and we had a conversation with our trusted vendor Testgrid to see if this is something that they could help us with, because we didn't want something just off the shelf. We knew we weren't quite there yet. And they were really quite flexible and really supportive of what we wanted to do. So we did engage Testgrid And some of the benefits of actually not going internal and actually using Testgrid is that, firstly, it removed that significant internal admin that was sort of put on me and our team to sort of do the whole survey and the whole process end to end. But Testgrid did work with us, and they were very flexible, and they allowed us to sort of build a custom set of questions. So we could actually really get deep and test our senior leaders on our new values and our leadership capability and behaviours that this group had signed up for when this group came together. Also, going external, it sort of gave this group a bit more, just a bit of trust in the process, and it sort of said to them that we sort of were able to remove that bias that was potentially that they thought that maybe we were, because we were, we had access to all the results and we had access to the insight reports. So because we had sort of taken a bit of a step away, it sort of removed any of that perceived bias that they may have had. Testgrid were amazing in that they did keep us completely informed in the whole process. So the support team were fantastic. They actually provided us with live updates during the survey window. So we could actually get a live view on how participation was progressing. So we could constantly keep a track of how it was all going, and I could actually give our ET updates on the process. The benefits of actually going external is that we could actually leverage Testgrid's org psychologist. So she helped us so not only were the individual insight reports sent out to each individual, but then they actually allowed us to, they did a bit of a cohort playback to us. So, they were able to call out sort of as a group, what were any strengths, weaknesses, any blind spots, and we were able to sort of have that played back to our Chief People Officer, which was amazing. And then and all those insights we actually then played that back to the ELT that catch up quarterly. So they could really see the value in us actually doing this process. So, and I think the biggest takeaway from this is that our ELT have actually seen the return on investment in doing this process. It is, we ask in a lot of time and commitment from our ELT and all the respondents and participants. But, we had an outstanding result of 95% participation, which, as everyone knows, can be a bit tricky with senior leaders. So overall, it was a really successful process. We still had a lot of involvement in it, but we also got to take a bit of a sort of like a hands-off approach. So we sort of trusted Testgrid to run with it, but they were flexible and allowing us to still use our own set of questions and keeping us sort of updated through the whole process. So again, will we do this again next year? This was our sort of second evolution of doing this. We'll definitely do this again next year, but we're sort of trying to grow and elevate this group. So, the next iteration, it could potentially be a bit of an off-the-shelf survey that we can just fully give it over to Testgrid because we've built that trust in our group. But as a sort of a second step to this process, we feel that this sort of combined Testgrid with AGL's custom questions really worked. Does anyone have any questions on the process and our approach?
I might jump in with a question. And a question for both of you, I suppose, as a talent acquisition leader and most of our audience working in talent acquisition as well. It's obvious the value that this kind of work will bring to talent acquisition functions, to have that level of intelligence and understanding of organizations, even from a succession perspective, and how we can grade a talent pool. Will, you mentioned earlier, and I put a comment up there in terms of there often being a disconnection between OD and talent acquisition or recruitment. From your opinions, both Will and Sandra, how do we bridge that gap, or how do we as talent professionals get closer to OD so we can be more involved in these programs of work?
Yeah, Sandra, do you want to start? Or?
Yeah, just in terms of our process. The reason why we did this survey at this time of the year, so we sort of launched it in February, was we didn't want it to look like a bit of just a tick the box exercise. So we did it, sort of purposely did it this time so it would work with our other P&C cyclical activities, because we closed this in, it went for a month, and we had time for them to close it, have their one-on-one debriefs with their leaders, because we've actually just already moved into talent and succession for our CEO -2, -3. So we really wanted to be able to have these insights in the hands of the leaders so they could have those one-on-one discussions with their ET member. So that sort of also prepped the leaders, the ET members, as we've now just sort of gone in and closed off our talent. So it's already just sort of, and now we've actually, and the ask of our senior leaders is that the insights from these reports go and help you with your career and development plans. So have those conversations. So we're sort of closing the loop that way. And then also, it just also helps with the succession planning as well.
Yeah, and I think what AGL have done really well is because they've mapped to their values and the competencies, they're also using that within their recruitment process. So there are different profiles that are already created for different levels, for different roles, but they're all looking back at the same thing. So they're already translated. So you come in aligned with the values. We're going to develop you along those values as well. It can only help retention and growth, and you've already picked the right people for the organization. And I think it gives confidence to the recruitment team that they know what they're recruiting for, because you're not suddenly going, oh, we're recruiting for X, and we're now developing on Y. And I think where I've seen it work really well across organizations is where there is new competency frameworks, new values frameworks, that it helps embed it within an organization and go, we're going to use it from recruitment so everyone is familiar with what we're assessing against, and we're going to use the same language in development. It helps both the OD, the recruitment teams, but also helps the individual employee.
No, I agree. Look, that was amazing. Thank you so much to both of you. That was such an interesting session. And Sandra, amazing work with AGL. Can't wait to see more of the fabulous work that you're doing. And Will, again, another example of awesome innovation in Australia. Testgrid being an Australian company, Australian technology. Really wonderful for you to join us today and for sharing all your insights with the community. We greatly appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Eden, and thanks, Will, again, for all your support. Any questions, just send them my way and I'll answer them.
Will do.
Thanks, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Okay, we're almost at the halfway mark. I can't believe it. But look, I'm really excited. Up next, we are joined by Cameron Robinson, who is going to talk to us about enterprise hiring. So the topic here is Beyond the Basics, How to Master Enterprise Hiring. Welcome, Cam Robinson. How you doing?
I'm very well. Thank you, Eden. Thank you for having me. Thank you for everyone who's tuned in. Great to be here.
Thank you so much for joining. Now, Cam, would you like me to bring the slides up on the screen for you?
If you could, that would be
I will do.
Wonderful. Hopefully everyone can now see that.
Can you just hit your presenter mode on your PowerPoint?
I can. Are you seeing presenter mode, or are you seeing?
We're not seeing presenter mode. No, we're seeing the PowerPoint.
And that's not. This isn't the most ideal of starts. I can see it as one big whole presentation on my screen.
Oh, okay. Well, look, it's okay. We can read it. We can see it. It's just not in presenter mode. We can see the slides on the side, but that's okay as long as you're okay. Oh, there we go. We've got it.
Let's go through this way. Here we go.
There we go. We're perfect. Well, Cam, I'll hand over to you and welcome. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you so much for having me. So hello, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I am Cam Robinson. In my role as Head of Enterprise Solutions at Talent, I have the awesome and very lucky job of being able to work with organizations to help them build high-performing TA functions, and also look for solutions to solve their complex contingent workforce challenges. Today, I'm going to share a few of our top kind of tools, tips, strategies, which can help TA functions take big steps forward and go from good to great. And we are taking inspiration from a recent guide that we published. It's our A to Z guide for great enterprise hiring. We're going to delve into just a few of the letters to hopefully give you all a bunch of takeaways that are going to be valuable, irrespective of the part that you're playing in your particular TA function. So if you're a TA partner or a talent advisor, I'm going to share a number of things which you can do to increase your impact, perhaps elevate your responsibility and take the next step forward in your career, or just make it easier to do your job more effectively. And if you're a TA leader, then these things are going to help increase the value of TA in the eyes of the business and hopefully allow you the freedom and opportunity that I know many of you are craving to have a seat at the table and to be perceived as a true strategic enabler of business success. But first, just, whoops, this is not, there we go. If this was easy, then of course everyone would be world-class, but it's not. And building, maintaining, evolving a high-performing TA function is not an easy thing to do. Just when you've cleared one hurdle, you can bet that your company strategy or the market or both are going to put another one in the way for you to clear just as quickly as you've passed the last one. From an economic perspective, so as individuals, cost of living is increasing the importance on things like compensation and job security. It's also kind of restricting the fluidity in the labor market. From an organization perspective, interest rate rises, slower economic growth, these things are impacting the budgets available to TA teams. And I'm sure we are probably sick of hearing that do more with less phrase that gets thrown around. And it's actually a topic we're going to explore in a little while. More than a quarter of businesses are expecting to restructure in some capacity this year as well. And this is going to put pressure on TA teams who might now have to try and recruit new hires during a period of uncertainty, might have to recruit new skills or positions as a result of the restructure, and not to mention the fact that TA teams themselves are also in scope of these restructures too. The continued shortage of labour in many professions is also accelerating the rate at which we need to think about upskilling and reskilling our existing employees. So it's so crucial now for TA to be more connected than ever with the skills that already exist in the business so that we can make sure we're having the most meaningful and informed conversations with our hiring managers when it comes to where and how are we going to equip you with the skills, the people, the talent you need to get things done in your team. And all of this is before we even necessarily think about the things that candidates are wanting and doing. So candidates, top priorities, flexibility pay, a great work environment and supportive management. Active candidates, and I found this staggering, active candidates are receiving on average 2.7 job offers each. Now, all things being equal, that would mean there's a 37% chance of one of those job offers being accepted. And look, I don't know about you guys, but I've never come across a TA function that is willing to accept a 37% offer acceptance rate. So that just further cements just how fierce the competition can be out there. Furthermore, about 15% of the work you do may need to be redone in 3 or 6 months, given the rate of people that are either leaving or not passing their probation. And then, of course, with this notion of quiet quitting looming, there's a potential workload on the horizon for TA teams who are already absolutely stretched and feeling the heat. But it's a promise, it's not all doom and gloom. There are plenty of opportunities out there. So now let's jump in. And there we go. And with an A to Z guide, rather, there was, of course, only one place we could start. It had to be A, and naturally, it kind of had to be ATS as well. because despite being the go-to fundamental hiring technology, the ATS is still one of the most common causes of frustration for TA teams everywhere. So I know it's not much consolation, but if you're struggling with yours, you're not alone. And there's a handful of common reasons that we see organizations slipping up on when it comes to their ATS. The first is selecting it in isolation and not considering the full tech stack and whether things are going to neatly and naturally talk to each other. The second is having a misalignment between the way you've configured the system and then what you're actually expecting to get out of it, or the behaviors you were hoping it would drive in terms of the process. Another cause of frustration is underestimating the features and functionality that you need in the future, and then arriving at this point where all of a sudden you need to reinvest and re-implement an ATS again way quicker than you're expecting to. Using the recruitment module of an ERP or big, massive HCM suite is another cause of frustration. Often this is a path that companies go down by order of the CIO or the CTO, and it can happen without doing proper due diligence of what is actually required. And finally, failing to utilize all of the features and functionality of an ATS is another cause of frustration, which sounds so simple, but it does happen. And I have got today 3 key pieces of advice that I think can help you falling into these same traps and making the same mistakes. And the first is that when you're looking at an ATS solution, insist on it having native integration capability and the flexibility for it to adapt to your requirements as they're going to change in the future. So make sure it can integrate in with today's tools in your tech stack, but also with tomorrow's. And don't forget that integrations kind of go both ways. So they go into the big HRIS systems, but they also go into those smaller complementary tools that play a part in the recruitment journey. So that could be your AI chatbot, or it could be your assessment tool, or a background checking provider as well. The second tip is to never implement an ATS unless you've workshopped all of the needs of all of the stakeholders who are going to be impacted by it. And I know it sounds so simple, but actually so many problems we see with poor candidate experience, or manager dissatisfaction with the recruitment function, or this perception that, oh, my ATS is rubbish at reporting. These things are often the result of not taking the time to consider the needs and the outputs you're expecting to get from the system before you get too far down the path. So look for a win-win-win. You want a good process, you want it to be underpinned by technology, you want it to deliver efficiency and productivity for your recruitment team, of course. You want it to provide a really positive and engaging candidate experience. You also want to make sure that it's intuitive and it's easy to use for your hiring managers. And my third kind of top tip when it comes to ATS, and I'll kind of start with a rhetorical question. How many people out there can confidently say, I know exactly what features my ATS provider added in their last quarterly product release? I'm going to guess, and I might be wrong, but I'm going to guess not many. And all I do is urge you to not fall into this trap of set and forget, because it's quite scary how many times a customer will express a frustration with their technology, and then once we've kind of unpacked it a little bit, we find out that the solution was there all along. It existed under their nose, just hadn't taken the opportunity to actually unpack and configure it appropriately. This last point in particular, I think, represents a really great opportunity for any TA partner, especially one who's got a keen interest in tech, to potentially be the go-to subject matter expert when it comes to the ATS in your hiring function. So maybe you, if you're thinking, hang on a second, that sounds like me, maybe you could be the person who's going to conduct a regular health check on your ATS. So get in touch with your provider, understand how often they're releasing new features and functionality, set your own schedule to match, and then get into the rhythm of doing these quick once-overs just to make sure you're always keeping things at the top of their game. The next thing we're going to move on to now is B for business case. And I'm going to start by putting a bit of an optimistic twist or spin on that notion of do more with less. I would love us all to start thinking about doing better with different. And I think it's a really useful lens to look at this through, because it's going to encourage us to get creative and get innovative rather than just thinking about more work, less investment. And there's a few key reasons when we talk about business cases that you might need to build one within TA. The first is you might need to show the value that you're delivering today in order to prevent investment from being taken away from you. You might also need to show the value that you will deliver with increased investment or new investment. You might also need to build a business case to show how you plan to reallocate the investment and the resources you've got at the moment. So those resources could be people, time and effort, or it could be a metaphorical pot of money that you've got to allocate between your technology, your tools, your advertising, your employer branding initiatives, and all these sorts of things. Whatever the scenario, what is really critical to the success of your business case is making sure that it addresses the business need, the business goal, the business strategy. It's actually not about you in this scenario. It's about kind of what everyone else gets. If you're a TA partner, you can help your leader, you can help the team's cause in this regard by speaking with your hiring managers to understand why new hires are required and then the positive impact on the business when you make a great one versus an okay one. So new hires aren't needed just because there's a couple of spare seats in the office or there's a gap in the org chart. New hires are needed because the business is trying to do something that it can't get done without someone coming in with the skills and capabilities and expertise to do it. That is the value that your stakeholders are going to see and feel. As a TA leader, you want to be harnessing all of these insights that you're getting and capitalizing on every opportunity to attach TA effort to business outcomes. And I think a good way of thinking about this is to try and focus on business outputs rather than TA's inputs. So it might sound a bit strange, but what the business gets from you is different to what you give to them. So you might think you're giving the business a new hire and that came in X number of days at X cost per hire. That's what you give. But what the business gets is the outcomes that person achieves once they're in their role. And we all know that there's a big difference between having someone in your team who's average and having someone in your team who's great. So don't be ashamed of highlighting and celebrating that you and TA have played a role in making all of those outcomes happen as well. And my final tip when it comes to preparing a business case is to never forget the cost of doing nothing. There's that saying, if you're standing still, you're basically going backwards, and it totally applies here in TA as well. Sometimes you will want to focus on the upside or the greener grass on the other side, but there will be times when actually it's more successful and more significant to focus on avoiding a downside. So shine a light on a burning platform or a sinking ship or whatever it's going to take to compel your executives to do something different. Show them that the status quo is untenable, unviable, irresponsible even, and just have both of these kind of approaches up your sleeve when you're thinking about building a business case. Yes, I might want to highlight the potential positives, but also I might want to show that we're avoiding potential negatives as well. As we keep moving on. And the third thing that we're talking about today, it's a topic that's not necessarily on the radar of TA teams traditionally, but I think it's one that definitely needs to be going forward, and that is contingent workforce management. What do we mean by contingent workforce? This is all of the people who are doing work for your company but aren't your employees. So your contractors, your agency workers, your freelancers, consultants, and so on. Multiple industry reports will indicate that anywhere from 20%-ish up to as high as 50% of a company's total workforce aren't actually people who are permanent employees. And I think this gives TA teams a few things to be mindful of. One is that if you're only focusing on permanent recruitment, then kind of by definition, you're limiting your ability to have maximum influence on talent acquisition across the whole business. The second is that, of course, this then brings huge opportunity to add loads more value and support to the business. And I mean, if at the end of the day, if your job is to make sure the business is equipped with the skills, the people, the talent it needs to get the work done, then why does it matter the label that we attach to a particular worker when they come in to do it? And thirdly, you know, the size and the growing contingent workforce does mean that there is a huge task ahead of TA teams if you're trying to get your hands around this and tackle this challenge. It's not for the faint-hearted, and it's a really complex subject. And that's probably why it's not surprising that TA teams haven't always leapt necessarily to take on more responsibility in this area. It touches all elements of procurement, HR, and TA. And for that reason, it kind of struggles to have a natural home within the organization where it can get the attention and expertise that it needs and that it deserves. That's why my first recommendation when it comes to contingent workforce management is to seek out support in this area and help build it a home. There are delivery models and tools and systems and strategies that have been honed in this area for decades. And there are also lots of new approaches and methods hitting the market focused on the more modern workforce as well. So do your research, speak to some partners, and identify the part that you could all play within your company's overall approach to contingent workforce. When you're doing it well, good contingent workforce management will mean that you can confidently answer the 5 kind of standard W's and the H. So that's who are they, what are they doing, why are they here, when did they get here, and also when are they leaving, where did they come from, and how much do they cost. The difference between good and great, though, is where you can start answering questions like, are they? And personally for me, I get super passionate about this, and I think this is where it gets fun because you start really, having a huge impact. This is where it gets game-changing for companies. These questions that I'm talking about are they compliant? Are they getting paid the right amount? Are they the best in the market? Are they meeting manager expectations? Are we giving them a great experience and they'd be willing to come back in the future? Or would they be willing to refer their friends even? And then, of course, being able to measure, are our contingent workers helping us get our projects completed quicker and to a better standard? All of these things are really important. If your interest has been piqued, or if you're already thinking about embarking on this journey, my other recommendation is to get super clear on your definition of contingent workforce before you get too far down the road of any formal due diligence. So before you wheel out a big old spreadsheet and go and ask your managers to help you fill it out, be super clear about the types of workers you want to capture within that. So this is about the working practices and the kind of criteria rather than necessarily a label or a name. Because I have seen so many instances where you've got a manager and they've got one or even dozens of people augmenting their team. They've come from external sources. They're getting paid by the day, but they get missed out of these due diligence exercises because the manager and the people say they're consultants, but the spreadsheet says, can you please tell us all of your contractors? And I know it sounds so straightforward, but the impact of a scenario like this is that your solution might only do half of the job you wanted. TA's influence is still quite restricted, and the business is missing out on huge numbers of benefits as well. So whichever model or structure you choose, just make sure you're really clear on what you are trying to achieve, and this will help you as TA extend your influence across the business. Going to skip forward in the alphabet a little bit now and jump to I. So I for integration, and specifically integrating AI, which I'm sure is a topic that's going to feature heavily across all of today, because we're all being inundated with AI in kind of everywhere we look. I'm going to try and give you 3 tips to help you lay the right foundations when it comes to integrating AI into your TA function. And the first one of those is to start with your problem statement. Because as I said, we're inundated. There's so many shiny new objects, the latest and greatest, constantly bombarding us. But it's so easy to fall into the trap of getting excited by lots of things and then ending up doing nothing with all of them as well. I understand it can be easy to fall in love with a product or a solution, and then you almost kind of hope you've got a problem that it can solve because you've liked the look of it and the theory so much. Instead of doing this, start with the problem statement. So map out and look at all the elements of your hiring function, identify the bits that could be improved, agree on those things which are going to be your top priorities, and then go and seek the solution. And my second tip is, once you've identified where AI could add value, don't try and boil the ocean. It's totally fine to just start small. In fact, it's probably even better to start soon. Doing something is going to be better than doing nothing, as long as you know why you're doing it and what you're hoping to achieve out of it. And that brings me to my third and final tip on this, which is to run experiments and pretend to be a scientist for a while. So have a hypothesis. What do we think is going to happen by doing this and integrating some sort of AI functionality into our TA function? Then make sure you measure what actually happened. So compare, how are things running before? How are they now running after? What is the difference that we've achieved or not? And then finally, come to a conclusion. Do we recommend continuing with this new way of working? Should we expand it further? Should we adjust it, tweak it, and try another experiment to see what happens? Or has it not yielded what we were looking for? We're going to put it in the bin, move on to something else. All of that's totally fine. As a TA partner, I think there's a huge and key role that you can play in all of these elements. So put your hand up, volunteer to be the person who helps with some of that opportunity identification. Do some research about potential solutions, or even be the metaphorical guinea pig and test and trial different ways to integrate AI within the part of hiring that you're responsible for. Next, we're going to move from AI to KPI. So if you're a talent leader or a TA partner who's ever felt the pressure from an executive team or a leader who wants hiring to be faster or cheaper, and I expect many of you probably have, then sorry to say your KPIs could be to blame. And I don't mean your performance against them, because you could absolutely be smashing it day in, day out. What you're targeted on could be to blame. Because if you measure your TA function against headline metrics like time to hire and cost per hire, and you flow those down to the recruiters, but then you also report them back up to the executive, then what else are the executive to do other than to say, that's great, thanks very much, but next time, can it be less? Can it be cheaper? Can it be faster, please? Eventually, if you keep on this cycle, something's going to break. So what can you do instead? Take back control of that narrative, own it, and think of how you present KPIs as having kind of two sides to the same coin. There's how you present outside your TA function, and then there's how you present inside the inner sanctum of your TA team. From an external perspective, measure and present the TA function in the way that you want others to perceive it. So as a starting point, instead of just time to hire, cost per hire, my 3 headline KPIs I would suggest are we hiring on time? Are we hiring on budget? And are we hiring quality people? It might seem subtle, but this nuanced shift to talking about the right person, the right job at the right time for the right budget, it's a much better conversation to be having than commoditizing your team's work. The other side is how you present performance inside TA, and more specific metrics are going to be useful here to help you identify areas for improvement. And the humble conversion ratio is one of the most powerful in this regard. Do not underestimate it. Whether it's applications to phone screens or offers made to accepted, this metric and having ratios at each stage of your process is like a spotlight and an alarm that's going to turn on and identify areas that need further investigation. So just make sure you're thinking about not only how you want others to consider TA, but also that you're capturing the metrics which are going to enable you to keep improving as much as you possibly can. And then I'm conscious of time, and we have arrived at our last section now. We started with A, naturally we're going to finish with Z. We're talking about Generation Z. According to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, if you were born between 1996 and 2010, so if you're 14 to 28, I think if my maths is correct, you're in Generation Z. McCrindle found that Generation Z are going to make up more than a quarter of the workforce next year, which is scarily just around the corner. And it's really important for a couple of key reasons. Firstly, you have to appeal to Gen Z as a prospective employer. It's non-negotiable. Secondly, it doesn't matter whether you're 100 years old and traditional or you're a startup who was founded last week. Chances are that someone's going to be making a decision, approving funding, making a hire, and they're not necessarily going to see the world through the eyes of Gen Z. So for them to be successful, for you to be successful, your job is probably going to include helping change that perception somewhat. Gen Z are digital, they are global, they're social, they're mobile, they are visual. They expect technology to work. This generation gets frustrated if Face ID doesn't work, if Apple Pay isn't accepted. Now, these are the sorts of things we're working with. Generation Z is also incredibly socially conscious. And in recruitment, this means values, principles, and what your company stands for is going to factor in more than ever. Deloitte says 55% of Gen Zers will research a company's environmental impact before they make a decision. 17% of people will leave a job based on misalignment between their values and the company's. So you can't avoid this. Do fantastic values-driven work and make sure you shout about it. And then finally, Gen Z are going to change job or add a new one almost as often as Taylor Swift releases an album these days. And if you're thinking that sounds like a lot, then that's exactly the point. This portfolio career might involve freelancing, a bit of side hustle, a bit of a perm job. It might involve going to Bali and running wellness boot camps a couple of days while they're working for you remotely. That's okay. The whole 5-year, 10-year climb the ladder, it's not necessarily going to exist in the same way it once was. So getting your co-workers and your bosses' heads around that is going to present a challenge for TA teams. I suggest to do 3 things: design recruitment experiences for Gen Z, partner with HR to make sure managers are equipped to recruit and manage Gen Z, and help your company open its mind in this regard to the possibilities that portfolio careers present.
Awesome.
All right. Sorry,
Cam,
I've gone over time.
cool.
Hopefully that's all been useful.
It was such an awesome presentation, Cam. Thank you so much. And so much insight for the community there. And, you know, one that really resonated me was Kay. It's something that I'm working on right now. So I had a few people reach out in relation to how they can access the report. Is that something that we can provide? Could you provide that in the YouTube channel in a link for everyone, or can they jump on your website?
They can do that. I think if technology is working, you should even be able to scan that QR code on your computer screen to download it as well.
Oh, let me just quickly pop that up. There we go. So I'll leave that up for a couple of moments. If you can jump in and scan. Remember, you can always play this back on YouTube as well. But I better get into the next session, Cam. Thank you once again. It was really, really insightful.
Thanks so much.
So much
Absolute
great
pleasure.
feedback coming through in the chat box as well. So well done.
Pleasure. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the day.
Cam, take care. Oh, that was great. I'm on a high after that. That was an awesome presentation. Look, up next, we have my friends from WorkPro, and we're forecasting here. We've got a bit of a crystal ball happening. We're joined by Tanya Evans, Paul Evans, and the lovely Ziggy Dakito, who are going to forecast the future of compliance for us. So I will bring everyone on the stage. Hello, Tanya. How you doing?
Hi. Good.
Great
How
to
are you?
see you.
Nice to see you too.
Yes, and Ziggy. Hello, my friend. And we also have Paul Evans. So I'm going to jump off. Hopefully, yep, the slides have come up, and I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Eden.
We just need Ziggy to unmute.
Ziggy.
Yo,
Ziggy, let's see.
there you go. I was like,
Right, over to you, Ziggy.
Thanks, Eden.
Thank you, Eden. As I was saying on mute, we're always glad to be in Rubber Band activities, especially this yearly event, the yearly Bounce event. We're incredibly grateful for the support and this community. We always talk on Facebook in that Rubber Band community. The community's engagement really adds a tremendous value to the HR industry, particularly in the TA community. So I'll get on to the presentation. Welcome, everyone, to Forecasting the Future of Compliance. Again, I'm Ziggy, WorkPro's Marketing Manager, and your host for today's discussion. It's a pleasure to have everyone join us here as we explore the transformative landscape of compliance. So I will reintroduce again Paul Evans, our Chief Operating Officer at WorkPro, and our Chief Executive Officer, Tanya Evans.
Hello.
They'll guide us through the significant changes and future trends and opportunities in compliance technology. All right, so let's get onto it. So what are we going to discuss today? Here are the discussion points. Automated workforce compliance then and now, the current compliance automation and integration landscape, followed by government's role in compliance, and then we head on to the future of compliance technology and the automation of candidate profiles. So I'll start off first with Paul to talk about the evolution of compliance from fragmented manual compliance and manual administration to integrated automated compliance solutions and its significance in today's workforce management. So Paul, that's our first discussion, and heading on to you.
Sure, thanks, Ziggy. Hello, everyone. I suppose in my time, Ziggy, before technology integrated compliance systems and solutions, I suppose in our experience, what we've noticed is a heavy reliance on manual processes, manual data handling, and lots of gaps in those compliance processes because of that sort of manual overhead, manual intervention. What I think in our experience, we've tried or aimed to come up with a sort of standard or an acceptable standard for compliance management. And what we've found is a real lack of confidence across a number of our customers around that compliance assurance, making sure the compliance process is robust and that all the checks and balances during that process have actually been done and completed correctly and recorded properly as well. That's had a profound impact in our experience with some customers around the speed to hire. And it was interesting, Cam's previous comments about the expectation for faster hiring times at cheaper costs, and certainly manual processes in our experience just adds to that burden. So interestingly, there are still many companies that we experience that are still manually managing those compliant processes, using basic software tools like Excel, that we know can be prone to error and keeping up to date and relevant. So look, it is perfect timing for a shift to a more integrated and automated solution, and that's certainly the opportunity that we're seeing in the market now.
Yeah. Great. I want to dig deeper on that, on automating or integrating compliance solutions, and the overall impact on the efficiency in workforce management. So, Paul, can you elaborate on how they can integrate compliance solutions, and what's the benefit of having a unified and integrated solution so they can get their candidates job ready quicker?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Iggy. Look, there's no doubt the efficiency dividend is a key driver or key benefit of adopting these solutions. I mean, just the elimination of human error, working towards a standard is a benefit in its own right. There's no doubt about that. I mean, from a candidate experience, again, just picking up on some of Cam's points previously, I mean, it's a very difficult and challenging job market in terms of attracting candidates, for example. So, integrated, automated solutions provide we think provide a much better or improved customer experience. Candidate experience, which is what I think we're all striving to achieve in the current market, but also be adaptable as well. Recently we've had experiences where a contingent workforce person might only work for a very brief time. So to be able to bring that potential worker on board in a compliant manner, in a timely and at a relatively low price point or cost, is very valuable and very beneficial. And as you pointed out, that all contributes to being, I suppose, job ready, as we would use that term in WorkPro.
Yeah. You've mentioned a few of our experiences here at WorkPro on helping candidates get job ready, but could you mention or provide case studies on how this automation has improved operational efficiency for an organization or an HR team or a TA team, and has delivered a great candidate experience for them?
Yeah, sure. Look, probably the obvious process, or where we see a lot of benefit is probably in the visa entitlement verification office. So, checking and validating a worker's citizenship and work rights. We've got any number of cases, but that one typically stands out. Given the broad nature of the workforce and their backgrounds. So, we've got examples, or we've had experiences where, up towards 20% saving in time and effort, simply by leveraging technology and automation and integration, into the applicable government database. In this case, for work rights checking. In other cases, we've been able to completely eliminate that process. So there's albeit nil overhead to validate that, and then once we have that status checked, we're able to continually monitor that. The technology facilitates constant and ongoing polling to make sure, because that status changes. I think a lot of people don't quite know that the status of people's work rights can change over time for any number of reasons. So the ability to check on that and poll that status near real time, I think is extraordinarily valuable, and drives enormous efficiency and benefits in a staffing and recruiting businesses.
That's a great example. That's nothing compared to using an Excel sheet. So it's
how
great.
the follow-ups.
Yeah. So it's great to see how a lot of businesses now use automation or digitization of their process. But I want to break it down to the specifics, and this time I want to go to Tanya. Tan, to manage compliance, what are hiring teams' options today to leverage the current technology?
Yep. Look, super exciting time to be in compliance. I get excited talking about compliance. I'm not sure about anybody else. But if I overlay my excitement around compliance and risk mitigation for hiring teams, and then we look to the use or leveraging technology to do that, right, to replace manual processes, this is genuinely the most exciting time to be involved. And I say that because the traditional barriers have been accessing authorised data sets that has prevented genuine digitisation and automation, and therefore acceleration of candidate screening and compliance management. So the Australian government is now starting to really open up in a very controlled manner access to government databases that that haven't been available commercially before. And in combination with that, with private databases and with open access to data, to be able to validate identity, being able to complete or validate identity documents with authority, that does genuinely allow for easier pre-employment screening, and the ability to systematically conduct these checks, which Paul just alluded to before, which is a great example about the automation or automatic rechecks through the Vivo database. And if we look at access to those data sets, and then we overlay that with technology that it's commercially available, like optical character recognition or OCR technology. And then, that's basically reading off a driver's license as an example, and being able to pre-populate data into an ATS. So it reduces that manual error by a candidate, and presents a great experience for the candidate. And at the end of that process, also being able to, conduct things like a liveness test, biometric verification, and then the verification of a document, like that speeds up the process, delivers a sensational candidate screening, candidate experience, and then, sets yourself up or sets an organisation up for really robust, consistent, compliance management, which, again, super exciting to be available. And I'm sure for those in the audience that are in volume recruitment, the ability to trigger things like an identity check and a work rights check from an ATS, and for a system like WorkPro to be able to instantly conduct those checks, and then trigger a workflow that then pushes that candidate into the next stage of a hiring process. I'm sure it's pretty easy to visualize the value of that and the benefit of that to an organisation.
That's great. Tan, you've mentioned what we do here at WorkPro. Could you share some tangible examples of what WorkPro has deployed or experimenting with to help the audience understand better what is already happening via WorkPro or what's available?
And look, it's not just WorkPro. There are many accredited agencies that do have access to these government databases under controlled, in a very controlled manner. But the Australian, some great examples are Vivo, the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission. We have access to, things like APRA checks. We have access to the Attorney General's Department databases, as a gateway services provider. So in reality, what that means is that documents that can be, verified and validated are things like an Australian passport, right? So perfect example when people start talking about work rights. Some examples that WorkPro sees is the organisation is conducting a work rights check through Vivo. They're very aware of that, but they're not aware that there's the ability to not just collect an Australian, passport or a birth certificate, but you actually validate those documents now. So things like electoral, AEC, confirmation of the electoral roll, Medicare cards, and for the Attorney General's Department, there's the federal government data, but they're also starting to experiment and have access to state-based data. So things like driver license checks, can now be instantly completed through the Attorney General's Department. Have I answered that question, Ziggs, or is there something I've missed out?
I want to dig deeper on that, because he started saying APRA checks and work rights checks. So I wanna ask more. What are the options available to our audience when considering automated compliance and these checks that businesses can actually do now?
So you're talking the actual documents or identity documents that are available to be validated?
Yes, and how can that be done through automation?
It can be done,
and the value to the business.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, I'll come back to the example of, there is a growing number of documents that can be that are available to be validated. We know that fraud is growing, and we know that identity fraud is growing. So I'll come back to the combination of being able to validate that an Australian passport, so the uploading of that, and lots of companies are doing that right now. So they're uploading an Australian police check, an Australian passport. The ability to validate that passport exists, and then being able to open that with someone who is using OCR technology, picking up that data, and being able to then use a liveness test and bringing those into combination are all available right now, commercially to companies like WorkPro, who have got that controlled access to this these databases.
Great. Let's turn our attention around, because the conversation is heading that way, to the governance and managing and handling all these data that's now available. So I'll go back to you, Paul. Can you please outline the security and data management practices that companies need to consider when requesting, collecting, viewing, or controlling data?
Yeah, sure, Ziggy. Look, I'll speak or make some comments based on our more recent experiences. We've passed through our own certification around information management and data security. Look, there's probably 3 points or 3 comments I'd probably make to try and sum it up as best I can. First is probably just adherence to the government regulations. Look, it's just imperative that in today's environment that all businesses need to have the policies and the procedures in place. And if I could sort of call out some specific requirements as part of that sort of regime is, informed consent, the archiving of data, and even the destruction of data as requested. So I think that's an absolute baseline and imperative. The second point I would make is the obvious protection of candidate information. And from our perspective, our strategy has been around making sure that's completely transparent, and to some extent, the candidate is in control of their own data. We're very focused on that in terms of being front of mind. And what we mean about that is, allowing or enabling the candidate to have access to that information, and they're in control of, when they share it, who they share it with, and for what purposes. So it is really about the person that owns that data being in control, and having constant visibility over that is how we've approached it. Probably the third and final point I'd make is about organisational management of that regime, and what I mean by that is how accurate and complete, and how do you manage personal and sensitive data, what access controls you put in place, so who has access, who has the ability or the authority to update it, share it, modify, as the case may be, and then how we're sort of protecting that data. I mean, as I said, we've progressed through our own certification recently, and there's a whole number of checks and balances that you would sort of put in place. But Yeah, those sort of probably the three key points. So just to reiterate, adherence to government regulations, and the obvious ones are privacy and security laws, protecting the candidate data itself, and thirdly, organisational management, how we set ourselves up and how we structure ourselves to manage that, which is effectively a privileged position.
Great key points, Paul. I'll touch upon upcoming changes in Australian government policies regarding digital identity, document verification service. How do you see these things impacting compliance and verification processes?
Well, we know, the federal government, we know have made some significant, or there's been a real focus more recently on what we know as the digital identity system. So my understanding is that they're going to enhance that capability and make it more robust. And I suppose in a practical sense, that's about expanding on what we as as citizens in Australia, what we know as the MyGov portal. So our understanding is that they're sort of going to leverage that, invest in that, and that's going to extend out to state and territory governments and ultimately out into the private sector. And I think the current government strategy, as I understand, is about making that digital ID system a sort of universal Australian capability. And to some extent, that's probably a reaction or being driven by some very high profile breaches that we've all read about in the media. So as Tanya alluded to, we've committed to the committed as a gateway services provider for the digital verification service. That's part of that digital ID system and framework, and that that sort of capability ties back to those original comments about automation, seamlessly connecting what would otherwise be disparate systems, to get a more accurate, timely outcome in terms of compliance.
That's with all these government increased participation in compliance, getting up to the automation of compliance and the new technology that we're using, I want to touch up on the future now on the role of these technologies. Say, for example, you mentioned earlier, Tan, the OCR technology and the biometric technology in compliance. For those who don't know about that, could you please talk to us more about using these new technologies and its benefits in the compliance process?
Yeah, and I guess availability. I mean, most people, they know what that Face ID is. I think Cam mentioned it before. People get really shitty. They've got it on their phone, right? So it's starting to replace things like passwords. But for employment purposes, for pre-employment screening purposes, and for compliance purposes, like I said before, you can collect a document. And we have many examples of organisations that are collecting a document, but they're not actually doing anything with it, and they don't know that that it's authentic, right? So the point of the DVS is to authenticate this document actually exists, but the use or the combined use of the document verification service with biometric technology overlaying that as a combined. Being able to conduct a liveness test on those documents, again, just provides that robustness around pre-employment screening, particularly those who may be being hired remotely, being able to be confident around this person is who they say they are, by adopting this kind of technology. And of course, the value of that is being able to hire from anywhere, and is putting that additional layer of security and thoroughness, I suppose, around the processes that you're following in your organisation. And of course, the impact of efficiency, it can't be understated. The candidate experience and driving operational efficiency by adopting these types of technologies that are available, right?
We have 3 minutes left before Eden jumps in. So I just want to slowly wrap this up. You've mentioned about the candidate experience, but from our end, let's move on to AI, because everyone's asking about it. Machine learning. How do we further leverage this to enhance the compliance process, make it faster, drive operational efficiency, and ultimately to build a comprehensive and accurate and compliant candidate profiles?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look, I'll just jump in there, Zig. I suppose, look, in WorkPro, we've made some sort of modest investments in AI and machine learning, and I suppose for the audience to sort of try and make that relevant, things like, say, CV parsing might be a good example, where we're sort of trial and experimenting with, an overlay of AI and machine learning in terms of interpreting that content and pulling out the key data that might match against, say, skills requirements in a job role. And doing that fast and efficiently, just to get a quicker outcome, and a more accurate outcome in terms of, skill profiles versus job requirements, as an example, and various other technologies. But maybe Tanya might be able to add a little bit more to that.
Yeah, look, I think, I always look at it from a compliance lens, right? We're trying to encourage, take a position where we are allowing our customers to meet compliance at every level, right? So we know there's different compliance for different roles and in different industries, but I think from a machine learning point of view, we have a lot of data after 17 years and 3 million candidates who have completed WorkPro. We know about their job titles. We know what industry are they working within, and I think the combining of the the AI that Paul has just mentioned, and then being able to suggest to companies and to candidates, based on a job title, based on a role, based on skills, based on other information about so previous roles and the role that they've applied for, is making suggestions around the credentials that are required, being able to validate those credentials instantly, being able to make suggestions around background checks to the customer based on that person's role. So, we're kind of using what we already have in WorkPro, right? So, and we're starting to teach the machine, I suppose. And then, where I see it going is in line with government legislation, is making predictive suggestions to our customers to help them maintain, a compliance profile.
That's great. We are now up to the time that we have. So just information for everyone. If you want to know more about WorkPro, head on to our website at workpro.com.au. And for all the compliance, workforce compliance needs, we have all the services there for you, and the information about how to automate your compliance processes in your businesses.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Team WorkPro. And I mentioned in the chat box as well, a really timely session this week, given it's Privacy Awareness Week. So I really appreciate you joining us today to talk all things compliance and for all the wonderful work that you do. You can also find details of WorkPro on the Rubberband website, rubberband.com.au.
Thanks, Eden.
Great. Thanks, Eden. Thanks for having us.
Thank you
Bye.
so much.
Bye. Okie dokie. Well, up next, we were talking earlier when Testgrid and AGL were presenting around, I suppose, talent acquisition sometimes being a little bit siloed from other areas of HR. And this is going to be a really great discussion. This one is one team uniting talent acquisition and people and culture for organizational success. And we are joined by 3 panelists. We have Jenny Lee, we have Jasmine Alderton, and returning is Brendan D'Souza. How are you?
Very good, thank you. How are you, Eden?
I'm very well, and welcome. I'm so excited to hear from you on this topic, because it has come up today. So really, really timely, and I'll hand over to you. Thanks so much, team.
Thanks, Eden.
Awesome. So welcome everyone. What we're going to be doing today is essentially just having a bit of a fireside chat between the three of us, and I will facilitate the discussion, and we're going to be talking through all things TA, PNC, and how uniting that leads to organizational success. But what I thought we could do is just give a very quick sort of introduction as to who we are in case you've never seen our faces before. So I'll quickly start. My name is Brandon, and I've been working at Talent for just over a year now. And so I work in the people and culture team and also lead internal TA for the business.
Awesome. You go, Jasmine. I am Jasmine. I'm one of the client leads here at Talent Solutions. Talent Solutions is our RPO embedded recruitment and MSP service lines to the wider talent group. My role has sort of two core areas. One is working really closely with our clients on aligning the talent strategy within that organisation to the broader business strategy, and also leading our wonderful TA team who are deployed on site. Jenny, over to you.
I'm Jenny. I'm the PNC lead at Talent. I've been with Talent for about 3 years. Gosh, time flies when you're having fun, that's for sure. I know it's very cliche, but my role is pretty much co-leading the PNC function, and I work very closely with Brandon and Jasmine as well.
Awesome. Thank you both for that. So Jenny, really curious to hear from you. Why do you feel like it's so important to unite PNC and TA as one team to fuel that business success?
Yeah, in my view, PNC and TA truly go hand in hand, and the analogy that I do like to use to best describe this is yin and yang. These two teams can be seen as siloed forces, as Eden just mentioned earlier, but they really do complement each other so well and operate more optimally as a whole. And the common perceptions of what TA do is attract top talent and PNC retains top talent, but it's actually so much more than that. If we think about this holistically, PNC and TA are two people-centric teams that share common goals. For example, foster fulfilling high-performing culture, enhancing the people experience from when they first hear about us all the way to when they start and beyond, and then being able to translate all of that into a compelling EVP and a strong employer brand. And these are just some examples of how we can set the business up for success together. However, a key driver for all of this is to establish your people strategy and understand how that's linked to the company's wider strategy to really add meaning and direction behind how you both want to deliver value to the wider business. And in our experience, we have found it was a great step forward to help us set the foundation and underpin all the meaningful work that we both strive to achieve as one team.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks so much for that, Jenny. So Jasmine, keen to hear from you as well. I know you've got a lot of experience working with some of the incredible clients that we have in our solutions business, delivering those RPO services to them. What do you feel like success looks like for you when PNC and TA do collaborate together as one team?
I have seen PNC and TA teams working together really well in some organizations, and in other organizations it's been quite a journey to get to a really good place. And I think the really important parts of that is, number one, collaboration and ways of working. It's around working together on the common goal of ultimately having a really well-aligned talent and people strategy that's really well connected to the business strategy, and making sure that any of the work that we're doing within TA really clearly aligns to the work that's happening within PNC, and so that we can see the broader impact across the wider business. And yeah, I think the collaboration is that, I guess having those regular one-on-one meetings and like the core basics that actually have a really big impact on organizational success. And I guess as well, what's really interesting is that within TA, we can typically have quite different relationships with hiring leaders and stakeholders within the business. And we're another set of eyes and ears on the ground that is sort of listening and observing to what's happening within the business. And we can connect it and sort of feedback to PNC so that we can really closely identify, the right solutions to whatever challenges they might have within the business. And making sure that we're, making sure that we are sort of really well connected in that area. And I guess the other element is just around, TA partners. They are not only the external brand ambassadors for the businesses that we're working with, and they are seeing and hearing what's happening out in market, which means that we can feed that back to the business to make sure that we're actually structuring recruitment in the right way for businesses and making sure that we're aligning that to the talent strategy, and making sure that we are really representing the brand in market in the right way, and I guess articulating the employer brand, and that has a direct correlation to the way that our employees actually connect with that brand as well.
Yeah, awesome. It's really interesting to hear how many different touch points you can have from a TA point of view when it comes to the overall business. So Jenny, word on the street is that you've got a really fantastic relationship with the TA team at Talent, and there's no bias in that whatsoever because I am TA at Talent, but can you actually share with us some examples of how P&C and TA have collaborated together to deliver value to the wider business?
Absolutely. So one example I can share is where P&C had developed our own competency framework that defines a blueprint and really paint a picture of what success looks like at Talent by showcasing to our people the knowledge, skills and behaviors they need to succeed. We then collaborated with our TA team, which was very important as part of this process, where they embedded our new competencies in our applicant tracking system, revamped the assessment criteria and created new competency-based interview guides to support our hiring managers to attract the right capability across the business. Another example I can share is when we built and launched our career pathways across the business to demonstrate to our people that they can have a long and fulfilling career here at Talent. We had also built new learning pathways in our learning management system based on our new competencies to provide our people the tools and resources to help them develop and grow. It was also crucial that our TA team had ears and eyes on the ground. Again, speaking to what Jasmine's point she made earlier, we made sure they were kept up to speed with all our P&C initiatives to ensure that they had the right touch points, especially when it comes to engaging and attracting top talent, which is key. And in terms of how this fueled the business's success, this has been translated through our engagement results. Our engagement score has increased year on year and currently sitting at 87%, which is considered world-class. But more specifically, the score on the engagement question we ask in itself, I have access to the L&D, I need to do my job well, has increased from 76 to 84% year on year, which is a testament actually to the impact of the initiatives I had touched on earlier. We have seen as our engagement increases over the years, so does the success of the business measured through profitability. But of course, it's much more than that, much more than just numbers to us. Simply put, if our people are engaged, then they're happier, healthier, and they perform at their best. And it definitely helps when both P&C and TA are aligned to that goal, which in turn has helped us achieve our strategic imperatives as one team.
Yeah, I think that's something that I feel so many of the talent team are just really proud of, as well as their engagement score. And you can just really see that in how everyone works together within the organization, but also like how that's correlated to, you know, the success of the business over the last few years as well. So yeah, really good to see.
Yeah, and I can imagine it actually helps, touches on all the main points you speak to candidates in the process about walk the talk, right? So it's good to know that obviously, all of these initiatives that we are doing is fueling the business success, and you're being able to communicate that externally as well.
Yeah, completely. Like it really ties into the value proposition for why people want to stay in an organization and work in that organization as well. So I think that is such a core example of how TA and P&C working together is, you know, excellent for not only talent attraction but retention as well.
Yeah, totally agree. So Brandon, it's my turn to ask you a question. You've been rocking a dual role really well, encompassing both P&C and TA for some time now. So what do you think has been key to the team's success, as well as any learnings you may have had?
Yeah, good question. I think for me, one of the biggest reasons for the team's success is around strong communication and collaboration. I know it sounds a little bit simple at first, but I just think that having a foundation where you build it on open and honest communication and regular collaboration is just incredibly important. I'm the type of person that's having these constant chats with our HR business partners to get both those big and small updates on their key stakeholders. And what it really allows me to do is then just be constantly informed about what things are happening within the business, which then leads leads to both TA and P&C having the ability to be really proactive rather than reactive in their roles. And then that also just leads to so many more positive outcomes, because then we get seen as those trusted and strategic advisors to the business, which I think we can all agree should be a common goal for both TA and P&C. I think from a key learning point of view as well, two things really come to mind for me. So number one is utilize those pre-existing relationships that are there. So if you are a bit more newer to the business or trying to establish TA as a trusted function and P&C have been there for a little while, take that time to work with those P&C people to understand what their relationships have been like with those hiring managers and key stakeholders of their role. Allow them to give you as much context as you can, rather than you having to spend all of that time doing it yourself with those hiring managers. It really just allows you to be seen very quickly as a trusted and strategic advisor. And I've seen it firsthand happen at Talent. I think another thing as well in terms of the key learnings is that metrics and data are so bloody important. I think this should be really one of the first things that you set up from a TA point of view. It really just allows you to have the ability to track all of these sort of, I guess, quantifiable insights and then seek feedback from your stakeholders as well. What that allows you to do then is that you make data-driven insights and decisions, and strategic initiatives come easier as well, which then actually aligns with those wider business objectives and goes back to the crux of this conversation of leading to organizational success. And I think that's so, so crucial.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I think we've within solutions we've joined organizations where they've not really had anything in the way of reporting or analytics to help shape decision making within the business, and being able to sort of come in and actually start to look through that data and build out some really great insights that will help to drive continuous improvement has been hugely important to make sure that we're actually making the impact where we need to and focusing our efforts where we need to as well. So and it's been great to see that sort of play out within the internal function at Talent as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's super, super important. Definitely keen to hear from you a bit further as well, Jasmine, just around sort of I know you've got so many successful case studies that Talent Solutions have had over the years, but do you have, I guess, a standout example of where you've partnered with the client's people and culture team and it's driven to business success?
I think firstly, when we think of like a talent strategy, we have sort of 4 core pillars, which is people, process, tech, and brand. I'm sort of doing that, looks like back to front on my screen. I'm not sure if it's the same for you. I think having those sort of 4 core pillars across people, process, tech, and brand allows us to really sort of look at what opportunities there are to make improvements across those core facets that we know will have a direct impact to ultimately the success of the business. And I think a really key example, and it's something that we'll do in most of the organizations that we work with, is an employer brand audit. So what's the external perception in market of the brands that we're working with? What are candidates seeing? What are they feeling? What are they saying? What are they thinking when they're actually interacting with the brand? And then from there, we'll actually build out a SWOT analysis so we can really understand what are the strengths, weaknesses, and importantly, what are the opportunities for us to really build on that. And sometimes it's some low-hanging fruit that we can sort of fix quite quickly, and other times that turns into a much larger piece of work. Maybe that's like a careers website rebuild, or sort of actually sort of looking at the entire EVP and value proposition for that business. And we actually did one at the start of this year for Talent to understand what is the employer brand of Talent and what does it currently look and feel like, so that we could start to build out a continuous improvement plan for what that looks like. And that was really great. So we played that back to P&C and to Brandon and Jenny in particular, and also to Chloe, who is our Chief Marketing Officer. And what we found is that there were some really solid insights in there that actually played into the broader marketing strategy. So I think it's a really good point around your employer brand is not just for building trust and credibility with your candidates in the job market, but it actually directly correlates to building trust and credibility with your consumer and customer brand as well. And I think that's a really good point. And sometimes we can often miss that and we think just purely employer brand, but actually when we think about it holistically, it has a huge impact to the broader opportunity for your business. And, you know, I think that's a really good example of where it can really drive organizational success. And so, yeah, I think there's been some really great call outs within sort of that piece of work in particular. And we've seen that sort of play out with a lot of our customers and you know, that we work with in solutions as well.
Yeah, awesome. I think you've really hit the nail when you talk about it looking from a holistic viewpoint and trying to understand how many different aspects of the business can be impacted from one sort of strategic imperative. And like you said, I've had the opportunity of working with you throughout that audit at Talent, and it's been really great to see how many things that are those quick wins for us and some of the things that are more sort of longer term strategic things that we can focus on. And it's been absolutely awesome.
Yeah, completely. And I think importantly, the most important things for candidates in what they're looking for is trust and transparency in a brand and what's in it for me. And so how easily are you articulating that in what's available online for a candidate to see, but also how is that articulated and what information is accessible for your employees to connect with as well. And I think that, you know, it's really important in today's world. You know, the trust and authenticity and transparency piece is really, really important. So yeah, I think it's, you know, just going through that brand audit process and really looking at what the opportunities are really important for a business.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think if we were to sort of distill some of the key points that each of us has been talking about today, I'd love to hear sort of a key takeaway from each of you. So Jenny, what would your key takeaway be from what we've discussed today?
I'll keep mine sharp and simple, otherwise I will go on tangents. My top takeaway is to start with, you know, like I reiterated in the beginning, understanding the business's wider strategy before defining your people and talent strategy. It's important that two synergize with each other, and the business is really clear on what it is. So if you already have that, then great, sing it out to the whole business so they know what you're trying to achieve in the short and long term. And I promise you, it'll provide you a really good foundation to build on from, and will underpin all the meaningful work that both P&C and TA strive to achieve together as strategic business partners, because yeah, that's really key.
Yeah, awesome. And Jazz, how about from you? What do you feel like is one of your key takeaways?
I'm a really, really big believer in people experience and creating a great people experience. And I think Talent's a really great case study of where, you know, by creating a great people experience, we've created a really great business. And so TA and P&C working together have a huge opportunity to work together to create a great people experience. And yeah, ultimately drive some really positive change within the business. And I think always having that continuous improvement mindset on that. But yeah, I think just making sure that, you know, the work that we are doing both within P&C and TA is driving positive change and creating a great people experience. And, you know, that's right from that very first interaction that a candidate has with us, right through to that person's offboarding journey with us as well if they are leaving the business. So I think that whole holistic approach to people experience is really important.
Completely
Yeah,
agree.
awesome.
What about you, Vieple?
I think for me, it's just collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. I know it sounds really corny to say, but teamwork really does make the dream work when it comes to something like this. When you have these teams that are working towards common goals and you've got those relationships that are built on transparency and trust, then you have such an easy way of aligning these two teams. And like we've talked about, it leads to so many organizational successes and really is just beneficial for the business. Sorry. So I think if we were to, I guess, recap these last three takeaways that we've talked about, a very quick sort of summary is number one from you, Jenny, was that strategy underpins everything that you do. So it's really crucial that you really do align TA and P&C strategies with the wider business strategy. Sorry, worst time for a tickle in my throat. Number two. So I think from you, it's just that creating a positive people experience should really be a common goal for both teams. And like you said, it starts from when a candidate is even just considering or looking at a job application for a company, all the way through to when you are offboarding them. So each of the teams of both P&C and TA have such a widespread impact that you can have on a candidate and an employee's journey. So it's really crucial to ensure that they have a positive experience at all of those different touch points. And then from me as well, it's just that collaboration is key. I think when you have a bit of a one team mentality where these teams work together towards a common goal, you're just directly contributing to that organizational success, and it just underpins everything that you do. So we chatted for a little bit today, but I just wanted to thank you both so much for joining me on this chat. I'm not sure if there were any questions that came through in the Q&A box, but if Eden is back, I can pass it over to you.
You're on mute, Eden.
Oh, he's done the mute thing, unfortunately.
I'm on mute. Outrageous. I can't believe it. Hello. So, yes, I do have a question. And, you know, just reflecting back to, you know, some of the comments that have come through previously as well, and conversations that we've had in the rubber band community around, you know, you're doing a great job of uniting P&C with talent acquisition. If you're a talent acquisition professional operating in a center of excellence model, and you're struggling to, I suppose, start the collaboration or be able to work with the BPs to have that one team mentality, what would your advice be to kind of commence that relationship? Because it is a struggle, particularly in large organizations where they could even be in different buildings, right? Like it can be challenging. So can I ask each of you, what would be, you know, some tips for TA professionals to start building that relationship with the P&C business partners? I'll start with you, Brandon.
Yeah, I think it's a really great question. I think for me, especially when you're in a large sort of matrix organization and everyone is incredibly busy with their own business units and things like that, understanding that you are working towards a common goal can be a really easy way to start establishing that relationship. So when you are going and talking to these HR business partners and you're like, hey, the work that I'm doing is actually going to directly correlate with how effectively you're able to manage and advise your business unit, it would be great if we could talk on a bit more of a regular basis and establish a really positive relationship between us. And you can show them how you doing your job well will also make their job a little bit easier. I think that's a great way to start that relationship moving forward.
What do you think, Jasmine?
I completely agree with you, Brandon. I also think, you know, we're working with humans at the end of the day, and I think it's really important to build that connection with, you know, what is your team. Get to know them on a human basis as well. You know, go out for a coffee so you can actually connect outside of the office, or, you know, virtually, if you are working remotely. But I think building that sort of trust and relationship with, you know, your P&C team or your TA team will ultimately help you to get much deeper and under the hood as to what's happening within the organization. So you can start to think a bit more about, you know, what we actually need to focus on. I think you're absolutely right, Brandon, that common goal is really important. So, you know, how are we actually working together as a P&C and TA team? And how are we linking that to the broader impact of the business? But yeah, I think, you know, that team bonding piece is actually really important. It's something that we often don't talk about enough. And I think if you're coming into an organization where, you know, maybe it is a bit fragmented and we haven't actually had that experience of, you know, having a collaborative team that does work together, I think actually just starting with the basics and having some really good team bonding is really important. And we actually we sort of did something similar with one of our clients recently, and we actually did like a full offsite P&C strategy day, and it was really great because we got some really great stakeholders from across the business, so we could see more about what's actually happening in there, and, you know, it invigorates and creates that vibrancy in the work that you're doing, and you can actually start to see more of the impact of you know, the work that, you know, the really important work that P&C does. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's great. That's really great advice. How about yourself, Jenny? Anything you'd add to that to start building those relationships?
I completely echo what Brandon and Jasmine have just said. I think that open communication, transparency is really important to building rapport and trust between the two teams. I mean, I touched on earlier, having a strategy is important to understand what the common goals are. So being really aligned actually helps with the foundation of this relationship from there. And I think that, you know, both teams operate differently because they are different roles, but in terms of what we're trying to achieve, and it's all centered around our people, is the same. So I think going back to the basics is just having regular meetings with each other, whether that's regular WIP meetings or you know, being involved in decision making and being kept up to speed in the loop is a really good starting point, because we need to really understand that the importance of these two teams working together actually flow through to the same outcomes. If we're thinking about talent pipelining, right? Brennan mentioned earlier, it's important to have data to make well-informed decisions. And so if he is across people movements early on from P&C business partners, he's able to proactively talent pipeline for that business early on stage. And then it actually helps them become a strategic business partner rather than a tactical business partner.
Yeah.
And I think workforce planning is absolutely critical, right? So if we see potential attrition here, how are we going to strategize that and ensure that we protect the business from a workforce planning perspective? Yeah, just forecasting talent, because people are the reasons why businesses are successful. So making sure that we are well prepared and protected by working together to achieve those outcomes is absolutely key. I can't even see any other way of doing it. But yeah, I think just going back to basics, open communication, transparency, in touch with each other, keep involving each other on the journey. You know, involving P&C and TA in a strategy session is a really great example, Jasmine. We actually did that internally at Talent as well. And so that was a really great starting point for us to really understand what we're looking to achieve short term.
I just saw Mike's question there as well about fractured trust in from previous relationships, which I think is a really excellent question, Mike, and it's something that I guess, especially given the environment that we've been in over the last few years, and you know, the amount of restructures and layoffs that we've seen happening has been pretty huge, and that can put a huge amount of pressure on, you know, the P&C and the people, the wider people function as well. I think a bit of a cultural reset is really important in those kind of scenarios, and sort of essentially sort of wiping the slate clean in a lot of ways. And I think that's a really great opportunity to, you know, sort of rethink what the strategy is for the people function, and do an offsite day. And I think again, it's that people element, and just really starting, like, I think actually that sort of reset is really important so that you can start to rebuild that sort of trust in one another, so that you can then really effectively serve your business. So I know that we're kind of at time, Eden.
Oh, no, that was
whilst we could.
Yeah, I think
Happy to add on quickly as well, just to that question from Mike quickly. I've been through that myself in terms of trying to rebuild a bit of a fractured relationship from a TA point of view. And like you said, just starting off with openness and transparency. What has worked well with these hiring managers in the past, and what have they not liked in terms of the relationship between TA, and just trying to understand how can we potentially tailor our approach moving forward. So I recruit for recruiters as part of my role, and it's not always the easiest job. So tailoring my approach with different hiring managers and understanding that some might need a lot more of a high touch sort of approach in my recruitment process with them, while others want to be able to handle most of the process themselves, and just understanding that each person is going to be a little bit different. So you have to be really smart and strategic with how you manage those relationships moving forward.
Totally. That was an awesome conversation. Thank you so much, Jenny, Jasmine, and Brandon. Really appreciate all the advice, and it was really fun to listen. So thank you so much for joining today, and I hope you have an amazing afternoon.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Whoopsie-doo, I accidentally pressed the wrong button there, but we have 2 more sessions left, and we've actually got 2 case studies that we're going to go through. And the first one is around a talent ambassadors program that TELUS rolled out. So this session is discover how TELUS revolutionized leadership recruitment with its talent ambassadors program. We have 3 people from TELUS, but today's session will be facilitated by Jason Burns from Businessary. And we are joined by Vicky Emerson. Hello, Vicky. Oh, your background is amazing.
Hello.
That's fabulous. We are also joined by Matt Short from TELUS as well. Hi. And Saskia Spahn. So I'll hand it over to the charming Jason Burns to lead this discussion.
Good morning, my favourite pals from TELUS. It's lovely to see you. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Morning.
Well, look, it's always, as you know, a privilege. I'm a bit of a fanboy of our friends at TELUS, so it's always great to spend some time with you guys, regardless, but good to connect with the wider community. And Ed, thanks very much for the blood, the sweat and the tears and the late nights and the weekends and to bring this event together. So I'm sure everyone appreciates it. But look, I'm Jason Burns. I work for a small boutique consultancy, Businessary, and I specialise in all things that are related to talent acquisition. I have a deep, deep passion for our profession and our craft. But I've been really privileged to work with TELUS for the last couple of years, doing a couple of bits and pieces around EVP. But in particular, being able to kind of have some involvement in the build and the development of this really unique and brave program. And all work's interesting, but this was a particularly interesting piece of work. So I'm really pleased that we're able to bring this to our community. So look, I thought maybe we could kick off and get you guys to introduce yourselves, what you do at TELUS, and then we're going to have a chinwag around this program and find out a bit more. But Vicky, do you want to kick off?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Jason. I am Vicky Emerson. I am the Vice President of Talent Acquisition at TELUS for Asia Pacific. Lovely to be online.
Saskia.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Hi, everyone. My name is Saskia Spahn. I'm an Organisational Capability Manager at TELUS. In simple terms, I work in the Learning and Development team here.
And Matt.
Hi there, I'm Matt Short. I'm an engineering delivery manager. I work on kind of large projects, leading teams of engineers to deliver complex solutions to Navy, and I've been working for TELUS for roughly 15 years across many different businesses and different countries as well.
And thanks for joining us, Matt. I can't kind of underline how important it is to have representation at these community events from folks outside the profession. It's a really big deal to have an ambassador from the business that's not part of the immediate community. So thanks for coming to join us today. So let's get started. So Vicky, maybe tell us a bit about the program, because I think what's really special about this is this was actually an idea that came outside of talent acquisition, or wasn't necessarily an immediate idea generation from you guys. Talk to us about that and tell us a bit about the program, and why did you decide to kind of explore it?
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, Jason. So the idea came from our Women in TELUS Employee Resource Group, and specifically Alison Allen. So she's one of our program managers in engineering in our underwater systems business. We were brainstorming how we can attract and hire more women into TELUS and into more STEM-related fields. And Alison had shared her experience, that she had had a lot of experience, both positive and not such great experiences as an interviewer and an interviewee at her time in TELUS and around. And then it kind of sprung, I, as the talent acquisition director at the time, was also looking at our candidate experience very closely on how I could break it and make it better. So combined with that relentless commitment I have around improving candidate experience, the TELUS Ambassador program was born. that's how it came about. So how could we make the interviewing experience better for our candidates? As a result, though, coming out of Women in TELUS, how do we do some of that, build unconscious bias? How do we get that training done? So it was various, and then it kind of grew. And then I brought my wonderful partner Saskia into it and you into it. And it grew and grew and grew.
Fantastic. What was your kind of initial thought on kind of the potential of the program? You know, when there was a nucleus of an idea, what potential did you think it had?
I thought it was going to, I thought, and I still think it's got amazing potential. I have and continue to say that it's not up to just talent acquisition. There's about 16 of us are responsible for the entire recruitment process. All of us, all 4,000 employees and now wider, are very important into building that TELUS experience for every new person that comes in. So whilst we've made some decisions to start small, I think the potential is huge. And in fact, I think we'll continue to uncover, and hopefully this is what Matt shares, people that are also passionate about bringing new people and telling them how wonderful TELUS is, that aren't, the talent acquisition team.
Perfect. Saskia, we spent quite a lot of time together with the working group to build the programme, and you played obviously a really critical part in that. Tell us about was that something new for you to work on, and how did it link to the broader learning strategy?
Yeah, it was definitely something new for me, Jason. It was probably the first time I've ever worked on a OD project or a learning project that came from a grassroots initiative. So as Vicky explained, it was a concept and an idea that came from an ERG group. So it came from our people through Vicky and then to the learning team. So it was quite interesting to work on a project that had come from our people to us and not from our leadership team for us to execute on. I was immediately excited about the project and the potential that it had to kind of make a change across TELUS and really drive our D&I initiatives across TELUS. And the second part of your question was, what did I learn? Anything along the way?
Yeah, I mean, you're one of the custodians of learning. You're generally about helping other people learn. What did you get out of it? What did you learn from the build? We'll talk about the output, but from the build.
Yeah, from the build, it was also probably the first time I'd ever partnered with talent acquisition on a training or learning project as well. So I think what I learned was how powerful it is when different HR teams come together to work on a project and all the different strengths and skills that we can all bring to a project like this. And I guess I learned that it's critical to get the right people together to drive something like this. That isn't particularly something that's coming from the top down to us to execute on, and something that we're really driving.
Yeah, absolutely. Saskia, we'll continue with you, but Vicky and Matt, jump in. Tell us about the content of the programme. What was involved and how did we roll it out? What was the kind of rollout? Who participated? Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so the program, I guess the broader program has a lot of components to become a talent ambassador, but the part that I really worked on was how do we engage and upskill the people who will become our talent ambassadors, especially for the pilot. How do we bring this idea to the people that we want to participate in the program? So I partnered with you, Jason, as you know, to create a one-day training course. And in that course, we focused on really getting people across what TELUS is, how they connect to TELUS, the purpose, values, our strategy, behaviours that we want from people. As Vicky mentioned, we also spent a lot of time looking at how we would teach the content around unconscious bias. So we created some really engaging activities where there were open conversations about unconscious bias, what they are, what people had experienced and what people had seen, and how we could potentially challenge and overcome them.
Yeah,
and
great.
the people who participated were all our nominated talent ambassadors. So we did have a selection criteria for who we nominated to be ambassadors. And also our whole talent acquisition team participated as well. And it was great for, once again, ambassadors who were employees of TALUS and the talent acquisition team to come together and share stories around interview experiences.
Yeah. Vicky, what was some of the kind of criteria of selection from to be an ambassador? What was some of the things that were important to come on the program?
Yeah, so I think initially I was more heavily involved in more the first iteration of it, and I had made a decision that, or we ran around with Saskia thinking that through our talent review, we've got people that already, there's a cyclical process that happens that people either highlight that they have showed the leadership examples, competencies and capabilities that we really want to foster and continue shifting our culture towards. So for me, that was kind of one of the first criterias. Let's choose the people that are already hitting those cultural aspects for us, because who else better than them can tell us and bring more, because it was about culture add, not culture fit. So let's focus on the best that we have so we can, it's contagious and we bring more people like them in.
Yeah, perfect. And I mean, it was a, you know, the actual training was a big day. You know, we were heavily reliant on kind of, you know, ensuring that people understood and kind of underpinned the purpose, the mission of TALUS. What was the business case behind this? There was leadership at TALUS. What were the leadership, the leadership capabilities and competencies? It was a fairly full day, and it was challenged kind of what people knew and where to find that information. Matt, we'll talk about kind of, you know, the rollout and actually being an ambassador, but, you know, participating in the training, there was some challenges, I think, you know, to kind of fulfill and find the information we need and connect with some of the leadership capabilities. What did you get out of the actual training? And was there any surprises for you?
I guess I feel that with the training, what you had is you had a lot of people with a lot of good experience. You had all of the raw ingredients there. And what we really, I guess, tried to do with that was bring all those ingredients together to kind of bake an end product almost. So you took us, we were the sugar, the flour, the whatever you need to bake cake, eggs, and you brought us together, and we ended up baking a cake. And so I think we ended up all aligned. We were all able to communicate our experiences within TALUS, because we all have different experiences within TALUS. And one of the commonalities between all of the people who were selected is most of us have been in the organisation for quite a significant amount of time. We'd obviously stayed here because we had enjoyed it and we'd got a lot out of it. And so how do we take that enthusiasm and then sell that to people at an interview and show that to other people? So I think the training really helped with that. I think it's really good. It's always good to step out and take a day to think about these things, and to be able to take a day with like-minded people and think about the way that we present ourselves or we present TALUS was really beneficial.
Yeah, I think it was great to see people connecting that had never done so before, and you'd worked kind of, you know, in the same business. But I guess more important than the training, why did you want to take part in it? What did you get out of it? And tell us about what your experience has been in the actual rollout.
Yeah, so I'm, as an engineering delivery manager, I'm really keen on building teams. I can't do anything myself, and lots of the projects that we work on here at TALUS are very, very complex. There's not one person in my project teams who knows everything about everything. And so I need to build a team who are better than the sum of their parts. And to be able to do that, I need the right people in my team. And to be able to get the right people in my team, I need to recruit the right people in my team. So ultimately, to build up a good team within TALUS, I need to get the best people in the door at the recruitment process. So I see this Talent Ambassador program as a way of increasing my odds of getting a good person in the door who, at the end of the day, will increase the value of my team, Or I think, as Vicky said, it's about adding to the culture of the team rather than to just kind of fit the culture. And I think that's one of the things that I really took away from the training, actually. I mean, up until the training, I thought, okay, well, I just want to find somebody who fits in, the right fit. How I'm going to find that Lego block who fits into my model. But actually thinking about it, that's not really what we're after. We're after somebody who, yes, they have to fit and they have to have all the right technical capabilities, but they have to bring something else and bring something new to the team. And so my team is much greater than the sum of its parts, and that's really what I'm trying to get out of this program.
Great. Vicky, talk to us about kind of the practical rollout. So, you know, we did the training, we accredited the ambassadors. What happens next? How does one become an ambassador, and what's the mechanics of it for the talent acquisition team?
Okay, and this has been, I guess, one of the challenges. So we're in the process. Would the talent ambassador fit into our process? And indeed, we needed to do some change management or mindset management, because a talent ambassador a talent ambassador that's not related to the team, or sometimes the business line that they work within, could be allocated to the interview process, and they would sit either as part of the panel, or an additional interview would be created, and they would be really interviewing and getting to know the person more from a behavioural and culture shifter perspective, and even have a very, like Matt and I just having a chat, what's a day in the life at Tallis? Can you tell me your experience outside of the pressure cooker environment that is a panel interview? So how do we make ourselves more understood, or more lost for words, which doesn't happen but taking the pressure cooker and the stress of an interview and saying, well, Matt, if I was to join this team, what do you know of this team? What would I need to do? So really more a conversation and hitting it off with somebody, rather than this, okay, please answer this question in a star situation, and boom, 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 hopefully you get it right. So what we decided is talent acquisition. Saskia works very close with TA. So we have a list of people that have become ambassadors, and the talent acquisition team to allocate a talent ambassador to the process, brief them. There's an interview guide of questions just to support our talent ambassador around the Leadership at Tallis model that Saskia kindly has put together. So, and we try and give them a pre-brief into that. So let's say we've got an interview happening in underwater systems, and sorry to all those listening, we have very 5 diverse businesses. So you could be working on sonars and submarines, but you could be coming from an air traffic management business and be the talent ambassador. So TA's responsibility is to brief that person, not on the technical part of it, but who they'll be meeting with, what the role is, and the set questions that or the interview guide that's being created. Now, I should jump in and say that it's not perfect, and that it is something that now Saskia, myself, and Danielle are working on to operationalize better. And how do we make that as a more systematic structure? It's not perfect, but we're working towards it, because we do believe, like hearing Matt gives me great joy. I haven't actually spoken to Matt about it, but, you know, just hearing his, experience and why he has found it good, it gives me even more energy to make sure we operationalize it for the entire organization. Yeah.
Brilliant. And I think you're right. One of the great things about this was actually having leaders participate in leadership hiring outside of the normal technical interviews. Being clouded by the technical part, which is obviously critical for Tallis. Is another part of this. This is actually about kind of, is this person going to bring added value to the organization? Are we missing out potentially on talent because maybe we've been clouded by the need for that technical skill? Are we actually doing our best to kind of bring a more diverse workforce into the organization? And I thought that was really kind of inspiring, particularly, from a business like yours that from the outside, it seems very technical if you don't get to know it, and there's such heart and mind at Thales, that you do brilliant stuff, but I think there is a big heart and there's a big mind in that organization.
Jace, you're one of the lucky ones that got to do a lot of workshops across all the business lines. And if we take away the technical stuff, I mean, we make really important things for, the Bushmaster and many other things, like our products and what we do is important. But I think you would be the first to say that when you spoke to all those people across the business, across Australia, there's a real passion and pride and commitment to what we do and how we deliver and the teams we work within. So this talent ambassador is focusing on that part rather than can they draw to the spec of what needs to be done. And I'm not to the technical part of the role, more the heart of Thales rather than the technical side.
Yeah, look, I'd echo that actually. I'd say that being an engineer, that technical bit, we get lots of people in who have the technical bit, but that's not what makes the person. The bit that makes the person is that added value, the culture that they bring to the organisation, and that's what I'm really looking for as a talent ambassador. And what's been beneficial to me, because I get to step away from my engineering side and kind of sell Thales as a family, because ultimately that's how I see Thales. I've been in Thales longer than I've been married to my wife. So Thales is a family to me, and how do you sell that family experience to somebody new?
Yeah, it was definitely about the heart and the mind. Saskia, we rolled it out in 2 pilots. It's underway. From a learning perspective and the output there, what was your key takeaways from this piece of work? And from a program build, is there anything that you would do differently next time?
Yeah, I think maybe Vicky touched on this a little bit in her answer. So we knew that we got the why down for why we wanted to do this, and I think even Matt echoed it in the training programs. We were really clear on that, and everybody was really engaged in why we were doing this program, why we needed it. We were also really clear on what we wanted from our ambassadors, who we wanted to be our ambassadors, and what we wanted to kind of teach them and what we wanted them to say and do as ambassadors. But our gap was the how. So the how we would actually make the ambassador's role fit within the TA process, and just make sure that those talent ambassadors were really confident in what they were bringing to the interview, so that they were there to have a view on the candidate, to interview the candidate, to give their feedback on the candidate, alongside whether that candidate was technically capable as well. So I think there were, moving forward, then the second time we rolled it out, Jason, you would remember we did address some of those things, but as Vicky said, we're still trying to perfect how we operationalize this and make it kind of the fabric of our TA process.
Perfect. Slightly off script in terms of our questions, but I think it's probably important for us to highlight that we had a guest speaker on both of we had 3 sessions ultimately, but we had somebody come in that spoke about respect at Thales. And I thought these were really powerful sessions. Maybe just for the group, tell us what respect at Thales is and does, and what was the purpose of that. Again, that's to the panel, whoever wants to talk to that. Is that maybe just describe respect at Thales.
You go ahead, Saskia.
So I guess respect at Thales is a key pillar of our organisation. I guess it is really our diversity, equity and inclusion portfolio. It's how we drive, educate, build awareness, implement policies and processes around DE and I at Thales. It's our vision and expectation that everybody, that we have a diverse workforce, that we include everybody in our workforce, and that we are equitable in all our practices across our workforce. And we have a lot of employee resource groups that work across a lot of different diversity portfolios, and really try and drive and promote initiatives that will increase diversity, inclusion and equity at TALIS.
Yeah, and just to jump in and help Saskia, or not help, just to reinforce, the reason it's called Respect at TALIS is that we want to create a respectful environment, respectful leadership and a respectful workplace. And that really underpins every employee resource group. So whether that's our RAP employee resource group, whether it's our LGBT plus or women in TALIS and there's many, but that we are creating a safe and respectful workplace for all. And these just take a little bit of added responsibility and accountability, making sure that we all do that.
Brilliant. I mean, this program, you know, the purpose of, and Matt, I'm going to kind of ask you for this, you know, this is a forum here for talent acquisition leaders, professionals from all parts of the talent acquisition industry. And it's a real privilege to have somebody, as I say, speak that's outside of that. This program that was created to kind of ensure the integrity of the hiring process, to eliminate bias, to ensure that we were trying to make diverse hires, appropriate hires, with leaders being involved like yourself that aren't directly going to manage that person or be involved, is a really special thing. What would you say to other leaders like yourself? Why would you should you get involved in that, and how can you encourage, you know, our community to kind of get business cases like this over the line? Why is it important?
So I guess I'd echo back to my building a team kind of comment. So what my role is to build those teams to be able to deliver what we deliver as an organisation, and to deliver as much value as we can to our customers. And to be able to do that, we need the best teams. And to be able to do that, we need the best people in the best teams who are all going to work together. So ultimately, in the end of the day, I think that for me, this program that we've rolled out has increased the value that we deliver to our customer through our teams. And ultimately, it ends up with better value, with people who are happy in their work because they fit the culture or they add to the culture, and they stay for longer. And I don't want to have to recruit people over and over again because people are leaving. Big teams with people who are going to stay around for a long time, who really perform for me.
Brilliant. Well, look, we're almost out of time. Vicky, Saskia, any kind of closing remarks before we get kind of pulled off the stage? Yep, you're quite comfortable. Well, look, thanks very much for...
I should say, Jason, congratulations, Eden and Jason and Rubber Band community. You do a fabulous job for the TA and HR professionals, and thank you for having us on board.
Oh, thank you,
Vicky.
That's very kind.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. And thank you so much for joining today. That was an awesome session. And Saskia and Matt, thank you so much for joining as well. So great to hear from other areas of the business outside of talent acquisition as well, and how it all comes together so beautifully. That was fabulous. Thank you.
Thanks, Eden. Thanks, Jace.
See ya.
Thank you.
See you. Okie dokie. Well, I cannot believe it, but we are now going into our final session, which is our final session for Bounce ever. So came up in a couple. So in the compliance session, also earlier on when we were talking with Cam, we were talking about contingent workforce and the importance of contingent talent. So really, really lucky to be joined today by two experts within the contingent workforce space, which is Vicky Carolyn, and we have Miriam Harness joining us as well. And also to present a bit of a case study from Lycopodium, where we're joined by Tristan Coley. So welcome. So great to see you all.
Thanks, Eden. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us, Eden.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining. So great to see you all again. And I'll jump off the stage and I'll hand over to you, Vicky.
Thanks, Eden. So hi, everyone. I'm Vicky Carolyn, and I'm Head of Talent Solutions at CXC. I've worked in the workforce management industry since 2002 and have really been involved in designing and implementing workforce and talent management programs specifically around the contingent space for large corporate customers throughout Australia. I'm here today with my partner in crime, Miriam. Miriam and I have worked together for almost 3 years, but it feels like a really, really long time. Miriam's our MSP guru at CXC. She works across a portfolio of our on-site programs, ensuring that we are delivering to unique business requirements around the contingent sourcing space, developing out supply chain panels, and also implementing direct sourcing strategies, really giving that overall governance over the entire sort of contingent workforce process. And today we're really looking forward to discussing the topic of attracting contingent talent. We have with us one of our key clients to give a perspective on how he attracts contingent talent at Lycopodium. So Tristan is the Global Talent Acquisition Lead at Lyco. He's recruiting predominantly in the resources and energy sector, but started his recruitment journey in the global executive search space, progressing into internal, international and local recruitment through major gold, oil and gas producers. He more recently has resourced the EPCM space for technical, commercial and leadership roles. So welcome, Miriam and Tristan. So Tristan, I'm going to pass over to you first and just want to get a bit of an understanding, if you could sort of set the scene and give us an overview of Lycopodium's recruitment model.
Yeah, sure thing. So Lycopodium, we're an international engineering firm. And basically we source for hard to fill roles, of course, in Australia, in Manila, in the Philippines, Canada, South Africa, got a global team. Our resourcing model is transferable and applied globally. So effectively we have direct sourcing, so headhunting through tools like LinkedIn, through more recently HireEasy. And then we also recruit digitally through job boards such as, of course, Seek, LinkedIn, Indeed, but also using social media campaigns to engage our passive and active audience to build our followers. So we're on a base of, I think, just over 38,000, growing that. So I heard about the earlier segment about brand ambassadors. That's something we also find quite a fair bit of value in as well. And of course, we get a large volume of referrals. So I think about 28% of our talent come from word of mouth. So we have an internal referral program. And additionally, we also utilize agencies, if and as required, to source, particularly for some of our harder to fill roles. So we have an established vendor panel. We have a great relationship with them where they provide not only talent from close relationships, but also market intelligence that we can feed back to the business. So yeah, that's basically our sourcing model in a brief nutshell.
Yeah, great. Thanks so much for that, Tristan. And Miriam, could you just give us an overview of some of CXC's on-site programs that you're overseeing delivering to at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we have a number of different solutions that we work with, from your more kind of traditional MSP where we're maybe just managing supply chain for them and passing roles through, to some of our more embedded solutions where we're going in with our client, we feel exactly the same, working on site with our clients to directly source their contingent workers for them through a number of different channels and go so forth. I mean, we also utilize our own workforce exchange program within that as well to ensure that we can redeploy some of our contractors that have currently worked with us or with other clients as well. So we have a number of different things, but we make sure that we really try and really tailor ourselves to what the client's wants and needs are, as everybody is different as to what their contingent workforce looks like and what they want from the program.
Thanks for that, Miriam. And we've heard today a couple of times that there is a big focus on contingent talent. It's a theme and it's sort of come up quite a bit. So Tristan, what are some of the biggest challenges that you've come up against in attracting contingent talent in the current market?
Yes, certainly. So the bigger challenge that we have, and I think what our challenge is not foreign, not unknown, is really just the competition to both identify, source, engage, and retain quality talent. And certainly relevant to contingent talent, particularly where we operate in a project space, very cyclical. Contingent talent allows us to scale up and down quickly, but we're in a very competitive market space. So that is our predominant challenge, how you remain competitive. I guess if you think about it from our space, our sector is resources, is mining and metals. As of last year, there's about a 53% increase in the volume of projects in Australia alone. And a large chunk of them is in oil and gas, other commodities as well. Western Australia and then Queensland take the largest chunk in terms of the volume of this project. So we're competing not only in our core space in terms of mining and metals, but also we have other competitors in oil and gas and other sectors, utilities, are competing for essentially the same talent. So that's basically our biggest challenge, the sourcing and retention. Look, secondary upon that is, I guess to a different extent, but equally as important, is engaging with our internal business stakeholders to ensure that they can be responsive, to make decisions quickly and present the ideal remuneration packages and other details in order to attract the talent. But yeah, certainly the competitive landscape that we're in is certainly the biggest hurdle that we have.
Yeah, speed to market's always sort of been one of the biggest challenges, I think, around contingent, because people sort of move around so quickly. Miriam, is there anything you have in addition to that, any additional challenges that you see as a part of your current programs?
I think just echoing what Tristan said, we're in a very, everybody, not just contingent, in a very candidate short market for a lot of roles as well. And I think that some of the challenges are really that time to hire. Contingent, we would typically want to see things moving a lot quicker, but not losing out on the process and necessarily the quality that we're seeing with the candidates coming through, and making sure we're spending the time with the candidates so that they're not just coming in to fix something and then go again. They're coming in and actually contributing and hopefully progressing through and onto other projects with the clients.
Yeah, and I guess also feeling a part of the business as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So Tristan, what are sort of the techniques and tools that you've used to assist you in attracting talent in a competitive environment?
Yeah, it's a good question. And keeping in mind, so we source in the commercial space as well as the engineering space, both say project controls, contracts, procurement, as well as senior mechanical engineers, principal process engineers, and the like.
Very diverse.
Yeah. So what we do find is in the contingent talent field in particular, so we're always at risk of having counter offers made by our direct and indirect competitors, and that's essentially a way of life, and that's certainly quite thematic, particularly at the moment. I think earlier this year there was a little bit lighter, but the presentation of our employment value proposition. So we're talking about things outside of remuneration, things such as how can you further enrich your career journey. That becomes quite remarkable. So in terms of sourcing and retaining talent, so the career pathways that we talk about, like a podium, like we're about 1,300 global, but we're a mid-cap, we're fairly agile. And we have the benefit of also being able to treat our internal talent, both permanent staff as well as contingent staff, both essentially identical. So I've been in previous operators in oil and gas, where essentially if you're a contractor, you have a tag, and that makes you quite picket fence in terms of what information you get access to, but also from a cultural level. Our LICO staff, both perm and contractor, have access to the same benefits, the same career progression, the same training and development, but also the same opportunity to be exposed to our various projects. So our EVP, first and foremostly, is over 30 years, wide volume of diverse, difficult projects in wet plant, in hydrometallurgy, in metals, in gold, copper. We're relatively quite strong in terms of both our volume and workload, and that opportunity is presented globally. So the value proposition we try and present our contractors, particularly the designers and mechanical engineers who make up the bulk of our Perth workforce, for example, which is around 41% contractors. We've had them around for some of them are around as old as 10, 15 plus years. And that's because they love our culture, which is also quite collegial, and the exposure to different projects. So as cliche as it may sound, we try to present an actual long-term dream. And our GM of engineering, Claude, will always say that, look, Perth is essentially the Silicon Valley of resources and in metals. So that makes our brand slightly more competitive, arguably, against our other competitors. So when we come to situations where the hourly rates we're presenting are similar, if not the same, it comes down to our EVP, presenting an opportunity that helps progress one's career further in both diversity of work and also going up the career ladder, making clear very distinct career progressions. For example, you can start as a senior mechanical engineer, go to a lead mechanical engineer, become a principal, look after a project. Those are the things that our TAs, myself, try to paint as vividly as possible. But taking a step back from all of that, it also comes down to the TAs just applying our basic sales skills per se, and really building a relationship with the candidates, understanding what their motivators are, their career aspirations. Like some of them often will simply say, I'm after $1, and that's perfectly fine. But if there are other levers we can push and pull, maintain that relationship, following up as we agreed, making that experience, that candidate experience as well as possible, that certainly comes in handy. And that allows us to really have a relationship where we can be considered first and foremost. And then when we talk about what they're seeking, we're able to sell that with a greater degree of acceptance to secure talent and also to retain them.
Yeah, I love that you've got being passionate. I'm very passionate about the contingent workforce, being worked in the industry for about 23 years. I love that there's a pathway for contingent workers. I think that that's something that, as you were saying, you've worked for other organisations, and if you're a contingent worker, you've got a tag and you sit in a separate area of the room and you're not given the same level of access. So the fact that there is a pathway there, I think, is a great selling point, and certainly something that I think a lot of other organisations could adopt as an attraction tool. But also having that strategy in place with the TA team and understanding the motivators is hugely important as well. Miriam, what are the tools that you're utilising as a part of some of the programs you're overseeing at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Tristan, you mentioned, EVP, and I think that's a massive one, that it's important that we're with some of our solutions that we're really working in conjunction with our client and promoting their EVP as well. I think, the most successful solutions that we've seen is where we are embedded as part of the talent acquisition team. We look, we feel, we sound the same. We're branded very similarly, if not exactly the same, and we follow the same processes so that they feel like they're getting the complete client experience as well. Again, coming down to that, they're not being treated in any different sense of the word, and that obviously that being part of a client and being part of the similar team, you can discuss other opportunities, be it in the contingent space or be it in the permanent space, and where things can progress to as well. So I think that's something that we've really seen has worked very well with a lot of our solutions in attracting the talent, is that the use of branding and the promotion of the client EVP, as well as just making sure that we're offering a lucrative source for them to continue working. As Tristan said, some are just after the making the money, and others are looking for something more long-term, more substantial in another career. So being able to have that human element and be able to discuss all that as a look and feel is not just being so removed that, we're putting you in to do something.
Yes, yeah. And if I may quickly, just on top of that human experience, I think what I do find for our guys, for the CXC contractors we have, one thing that is done quite well is that they are looked after quite well by their account managers. So we'll, for example, have Dave Donahoe. He'll actually come over and visit our Perth office on a fairly regular basis, catch up with the team, have tea and coffee with them, put on some more notes, have conversations. So he's an accessible individual that who has demonstrated ability to quickly respond to any queries or concerns, because CXC effectively becomes the employer of these contractors, but they're effectively part of our LICO family per se. So it's always helpful to have, instead of going to a call center, an actual individual pick up the phone and be ready for any kind of queries or questions to keep them happy and retained in the team.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great partnership. I think it works really, really well. Like you were saying, we've got there's that attraction piece where your TA team are attracting the workers, and then we can look at the retention strategies and having that sort of that partnership where it runs really seamlessly works well. So I was going to ask about EVP and brand, but you've both added it into your answers already. So we'll move on to following on from what I was saying about retaining talent. What assists with retaining good talent in your business, do you think? Anyone can answer.
I was like, oh, who's going to go? I mean, I think first and foremost, that pay rate benchmarking, making sure that contractors and contingent workforce are coming in and they're being paid fairly and in line with what they need to be paid. I think, CXE, we work on benchmarking and making sure within all our solutions that we are aware of what's happening in the market. We are able to provide that information back into hiring managers, have those conversations as well, when sometimes comes up for extension or something and people want contractors might want a pay rise or something, and having those open and fair discussions with the managers, like, actually, yes, this is what we're seeing in the market, potentially not that high, and being able to provide that advice to them to ensure that we retain the talent, we retain the IP within the client. And one of the things that CXE does do, and just to make a little plug here, that we've got coming out is our salary benchmarking report that is being released in July this year, which keeps and gives a very good overview of what is moving and happening in the markets and across the different industries. I think in terms of other retention tools, it is, where possible, being open to learning and development. Tristan, obviously you were saying, about those pathways for contingent workers as well. And I think some of the clients that I've worked with and have been a part of, or our solutions are a part of, is that I see that they do open, those learning and development opportunities to their contingent workforce as well, rather than treating them as a separate entity. And that means that they feel part, and they feel they're getting more skilled, and they're learning and continuing to develop in their chosen career. And if that means that they then move on and take that somewhere else, then I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing, but it's good if they can bring that back and keep progressing through with the client as well.
Yeah. And on that salary benchmarking, sorry, Tristan, I was going to say, on the salary benchmarking, I think the unique thing with our report, which again is probably a little bit of a plug, but it does cover across various different industries. So we obviously work with several corporate clients throughout Australia in varying industry sectors. So you're really able to get the industry sectors, then drill down to those sort of job families and the skill sets as well. And so it's quite broad. Sorry, Tristan, you were going to say something?
Oh, no, I think I was going to underpin what I was going to share by what you guys and what you mentioned earlier in terms of the salary benchmarking. And it's quite timely. We were actually talking about our HR fortnight meeting this morning that, our remuneration adjustments are coming up in the month of June. But yeah, that data certainly becomes quite handy for us as an end client to ensure that the data we get from you as well as from our agencies to ensure that we have the correct pay scales for attracting our people, and also it helps our HR do their role in partnership with the business to make sure that come end of financial year, our incremental changes are correct and fit for purpose for the market in order to retain the people that we have. So yeah, that certainly helps from that granular remuneration level. But even though we're a mid-cap, we don't have the benefit of saying any short-term incentives that we can put to our contractors or our perm staff. We do have a limited amount of tools that we try and wield effectively to keep them engaged. So yeah, so our career progression is managed through a tool that we have called Culture Amp. So basically it's a very basic tool that allows our line managers and their managers to provide honest and adequate feedback to their people on a two-way street, so both parties understand where they're at, where they're going. So that certainly helps at a coaching level, albeit digital, but certainly underpinned hopefully by regular conversations. And on a side note, it comes back to the importance of TA being able to ensure we get the correct fit, particularly with our leaders, to ensure they have the soft skills to be able to have the coaching conversations, to be able to lead a clear career pathway. And again, with LICO, it's both perm and contractor able to have the same career development opportunities. And then we also have a digital platform called LearnUpon, and that is predominantly of softer skills that can be requested through our learning development team to upskill any staff who may be lacking in areas such as communication skills quite often, or stakeholder management skills. But our leadership also help provide exposure to more hard skills for particular software if and as required. But again, I guess like with any other organization, from a retention perspective, making sure our people feel comfortable. It's certainly very important if you don't have a social community to at least have some social opportunities for the team to really get together inside and outside their teams to feel like part of the organization. Lastly, we do have a platform called the Pod Life. So it's almost like a digital corporate Facebook in a way that allows our staff to be recognized with discounts and access to coupons and services and gym products that we have discounted. And it doesn't seem significant, but it actually allows to have our members given digital credits for a team when they complete a particular milestone. So even our group company MD, Peter DeLay, has been able to comment when particular milestones or anniversaries are met, or even just birthdays. So the team, all digitally on the same platform, can feel a sense of personal recognition when they complete particular projects across the board or things like that. So yeah, so basically thinking of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, yes, satisfying the basic, the secure element in terms of monetary, but also a bit more on the security and self-actualization in terms of that personal recognition, both face-to-face conversations as well as digitally through the those platforms as well.
Yeah, I love that. That's so progressive to have all of those initiatives available to contingent workers. I think that I was actually having a chat with Eden not long ago, and we're talking about how contingent workers are the forgotten workforce. And so I just really love that because it's just obviously the numbers are going up and up and up in terms of contingent workers, flexible working arrangements, international engagements, all those sorts of things are pushing more towards, your non-permanent workforce. So the fact that you've got those initiatives already in place, I think is such a great attraction, but it's also going to help retain that really good talent, like you were saying, in such a competitive environment as well. So I just wanted to ask next, like, how do you integrate? How do you ensure like an integration of your contingent workforce into the company culture? Now, I know you've got a lot of those initiatives in place. Is there sort of the same onboarding kind of processes in place as there is with permanent workers? And how do you sort of ensure that there is that continuation of that seamless integration from TA right through into the business?
Yeah, it's essentially quite simply put, they are treated entirely identically to our perm staff. So there is no sense of demarcation between a perm staff member and a contingent staff member. They're all what we call glycopods. So it's as simple as during induction, during the welcoming, they're all inducted the same facilities, the same visibility and access to all our digital platforms. And when we have, even for example, like our monthly gatherings for celebrating anniversaries, so those anniversaries are both for perm staff as well as our contractors. It doesn't matter, what base of employment is. You've been here 15 years, I've been here 15 years. And that has been the case with some of our contractors as well, which we're pretty proud to share in that sense. So yeah, basically treating them identically. They're all invited to say our anniversary events, like our Christmas party. We had our 30-year anniversary as a firm last year at the Camfield, and yeah, we both had contract staff, contingent staff, and our perm staff mingling socially together. You come into our office and there's really no actual physical way to work out who is a contractor and who's not. Again, I know other organizations, there will be some certain differences or even physical boundaries in place, but nothing like that here. So yeah, when you come into our office, whether it be in Perth, Brisbane, Melbourne, or wherever, our people are all what's the word? Indistinguishable in terms of how they're employed, and seem to gel fairly well as a result. Also, they also have some access to our cultural surveys. So in terms of that, they've got the same ability to provide feedback back to us in terms of how we could be better as an organization.
That's so good. And Miriam, how in the programs you've seen, how do you ensure a seamless integration into the workforce on the various programs you're running at the moment?
Yeah, I think as Tristan said, that kind of there's no demarcation between who's who, within the office. And I think, from an onboarding perspective, obviously sometimes they, contingent pay workers and payroll workers are paid by different people. So there is slightly different onboarding that happens, but still putting them through that client onboarding as well. I think, for us being part of the programs, what we, do is following lines. So the same kind of things are going out to perm when they start, as well as to contingent workers, reminding our hiring managers, don't forget to give your contingent worker a call a week before coming in. Make sure everything is set up and ready to go. It's not just, come in and collect your laptop. It's come in, welcome, inductions, meet with the team, have the same kind of setup as you would for a perm staff member as well. Because I think that it's really important that you can't tell when you walk around an office, and sometimes, I kind of even forget who are our contingent workers when I'm on site with clients, because you can't tell the difference. And I think that's really important. And it is from that initial step into it. And again, going through, the same kind of interview processes and going through the same systems and the same references and things like that. Everything is still looks and feels the same. The only difference is potentially who they're payrolled by.
Yeah, I think that candidate experience piece is really important, and it's also good because it sort of helps the branding of the business brand as well, protect that brand. So Tristan, how do you measure the success of your contingent workforce program, if that's something that you can kind of share?
Yeah, so it's a fair question, and it comes down to the fact that whether they're contingent or perm staff, we actually currently, to my knowledge anyway, do not distinguish between both type when it comes to performance management. So again, Culture Amp's the tool that we use for all staff to be provided feedback. And in addition to that, there are some performance measures that are then considered in Culture Amp, and also some qualitative feedback by the business that also affects what their pay will look like in future. So yeah, so nothing distinctive towards any particular type of staff, but yeah, we all globally go through the same performance management, but also same performance coaching tools. So that's one thing in terms of measuring performance. It also gives data back to the line managers in order to work out what they need to do with their subordinates below to provide that appropriate support. Yeah, and also again, a bit of a two-way street. We also have our contingent and perm workers access to our annual cultural survey. So we in turn can get feedback from them in terms of the areas that we need to improve upon in order to help enable their performance. So what I can say without going into too much detail, like one particular metric was came down to a bit of recognition as well. And yeah, hence why one of the reasons why we have a number of different recognition platforms like the Pod Life as an example.
Yeah, that's great. I think those feedback channels are so important because it helps us sort of adjust and to, implement some new strategies, like you were saying, to have that sort of ongoing satisfaction from everyone. Miriam, it might be a bit hard because you work on various programs, but any sort of key measures that are in place for managing the contingent program, the success of the contingent program?
I mean, I think for us, it's that, sometimes the retention or the redeployment of our contingent workforce within the client or within different clients. I think that for us measures success. That we found the right candidates, they want to keep them. As much as sometimes we dislike it, that not dislike, that's the wrong word, but conversion into fixed term or permanent, seeing them go on and become that. And I guess just to reiterate, not being able to tell who's contingent, who's not, and people being proud to say that they work for the client, not, oh, I'm a contractor who does some work for, I think for us that's really a measure of success as well.
Amazing. I think we're right on cue, Eden. You're on mute.
I can't believe I've done that twice today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was such an awesome conversation. And Vicky, obviously you and I have spoken about this before, and I couldn't agree more. And Tristan and Miriam, just such an amazing example of how we can fully embed our workforce and make sure that our contingent workers aren't the forgotten workforce that we talked about, Vicky. So and I couldn't think of a better session to end our Bounce events, and I couldn't think of three kinder people to end the events with. So thank you so much. Thank you, Team CXC, and thank you so much, Tristan. So great to see you.
Thanks, Eden.
Thanks, Eden.
Excellent. Well, that's a wrap. We are done. That was 4 events through the Rubber Band community. Incredibly proud of the hundreds of people that have participated and actually shared content throughout the four events. The thousands of people that have jumped in and watched and joined and watched the playbacks and listened to the content on the podcast. It's been an absolute wrap. I absolutely loved every minute of it. Rubber Band's not going away. Just because Bounce is complete now doesn't mean that Rubber Band will be ending. So please, 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 if you can, encourage any of your colleagues or anyone that you know in the network to come and join us. We have amazing conversations like this throughout the day, every single day. It is just a perfect way to connect. And remember, it's for internal, it's for agency, it's for consultants, it's for technology providers, service providers. Anyone that works within the talent space is welcome to come and join us. And we'd love to see more and more people join. Tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of the Rubber Band Live podcast. So please, 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 if you can, jump in and subscribe. And again, tell your friends and your colleagues. We work hard as a community to share content with each other that is free content and is accessible to anyone. We may come back next year with something else. I think even though we're retiring the webinar format for Bounce and retiring Bounce, we may come up with something else. So if anyone's got any creative ideas that they want to share, I'm all ears and I'm open to anything. So let's continue connecting. And I just want to thank every single one of you for everything that you've done to support the community as we continue to grow and do amazing stuff. And go Team Australia. We are an incredible industry, recruitment and talent acquisition. We are phenomenal and so much innovation. So thank you once again, everyone. And yeah, look forward to seeing you in the Rubber Band group really soon. Take care.